Good afternoon, everybody. I've got a 30-minute talk, and I've got a lot of ground to cover. And the reason I have so much ground to cover is there's a lot to talk about. I think we are already in crypto spring. And a lot of you may have lost your faith in crypto because prices haven't gone up. Your friends might be quitting. There's been rage quitting in crypto. And a lot of folks have been thinking that the story has been about AI. I think this is all of what you should expect at the bottom of a cycle. And in fact, I've got some slides here to talk about why agentic AI is really one of the big legs for the crypto story, and it's going to play out this year. So I'm going to break this conversation into three parts. Okay? The first is just a macro explanation. The 5 reasons why I believe crypto spring is here. So even if you don't believe in a lot of the products being built in blockchains and in crypto, there's 5 tailwinds emerging. That's going to play a role this year. The second part is explaining to you why Ethereum really is probably the best example of the future of money. And I will talk about foundations and the role that foundations should play in this new system. And the third is, of course, then saying if you're going to want to have exposure, in some ways you're better off buying a crypto DAT rather than buying the underlying token. Okay, so why do I believe crypto spring is here? Well, this is the price chart of Ethereum, and you can see it's been consolidating, stuck in this range for almost 5 years now. And it is waiting for a decisive breakout. Now, if you're bearish, you might think it's going to break down. I'll explain why I think this is going to be resolved in a very bullish breakout. First, the first catalyst is the Iran war is going to end. Now, I know a lot of people don't think there's any connection between crypto prices and a war in Iran, but keep in mind the Iran war has caused problems with the price of oil and the supply of oil. Now, why would this matter to anybody? Well, oil is a root driver of inflation. So if there's an inflation problem created by oil, then it means central banks have to be tight globally. And that's actually what we're seeing. Oil prices have gone up. Petroleum products supplies have been severely impacted, and policymakers have to raise interest rates. So if the war ends, I think that you're going to see a collapse in oil. In fact, if any of you are technicians, you know that this is probably likely, that if the war ends, the terror premium will come out of oil, and maybe we see $40 oil. Ethereum has huge negative correlation to oil right now. In fact, it's the highest inverse correlation ever in the history of Ethereum. So clearly, rising oil is negative for ETH's price. We can see it statistically. And if you don't believe me about inflation and oil, take a look at this chart. This chart starts in 1985. The top chart is the price change of oil. The bottom is core CPI. And as you can see, every time we had a sustained spike in oil, core CPI accelerates higher. So if this is a long war, we're going to have inflation. And in fact, the FOMC last month said the same thing. In their minutes, they said that policy firming would be appropriate if inflation were to continue and persist above 2%. So central banks don't want inflation above 2%. If oil stays high, they're going to be hawkish. However, we're betting on a war that ends soon. The second positive catalyst on the macro is the Clarity Act. It's a huge deal. We all know why the Clarity Act matters. I mean, basically, it provides a legitimate framework for crypto to proliferate in the US, but also financial institutions to build. But unfortunately, the market only believes there's a 56% chance Clarity Act gets signed this year. Now, I've talked to a lot of folks in Washington, including our own policy experts. It does seem like the odds are much higher. The prediction markets are trying to find equilibrium, but I do think the probability of passage is much higher than 56%. But of course, we know that big banks don't want this to happen. But keep in mind, the big banks don't write policy. Laws are written to represent people, and that's why we have to keep in mind there are a lot of constituents that want to see the Clarity Act passed. If that passes, it's a big catalyst. The third positive catalyst is, of course, don't forget the White House is a very pro-Bitcoin, pro-crypto White House. It's also very good for the US dollar policy, especially with regard to stablecoins. The fourth is we have a new Fed chair, Kevin Warsh, and Kevin Warsh is pro-Bitcoin. And finally, the stock market has a massive tailwind. I know a lot of you guys may be bearish on equities because you think they've run too far, but at Fundstrat, which is another hat I wear, we've been bullish on stocks structurally, and a lot of it has to do with this chart. This chart is the number of people in America aged 30 to 50. Every time it goes up, the US economy will grow faster than trend, and we are seeing this above trend because of millennials, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha. And as you can see on this chart, if you overlay equity returns with the number of people aged 30 to 50, the stock market has always risen parabolically. And this tells us that markets, the S&P could be 15,000 to 18,000 by the end of this decade. So these are the tailwinds for crypto. But of course, you're still going to wonder why crypto is so weak. And I think it's because people are forgetting that crypto is the future of money. Okay, the first thing I want to cover is agentic and robotics and why crypto will play a role. This is a list of all the milestones since ChatGPT was introduced in 2023. Okay, and there's been significant advances in the last 3 years. Of course, the first was the launch of ChatGPT. The second, which happened in 2024, was when the agent systems began to develop capabilities to work with websites, interact with websites. Then the third big advancement has been robotics, Optimus Prime and their dexterity, and of course, in the Ukraine, building drones at industrial scale. And then finally, we're seeing superhuman capabilities develop. So OpenAI developed solved an 80-year-old puzzle, and then Figure AI launched a robot that could actually build and operate at scale in a warehouse. Okay, so that means in the future, robots are already going to dominate most traffic on the internet. And this is why Mark Andreessen and others have talked about this as being the grand unification, because if you've got robot systems, you're going to have to control them. And that's where blockchain is much more effective than traditional rails at controlling what robots do. I mean, to give an example, whether it's authentication or identity or payment speed, all of these work better on crypto systems. And you're going to ask yourself, well, why hasn't this been reflected in crypto prices? That's because the stock market is still working its way downstream. The first group that really benefited from the AI ecosystem was the semis, and they're still going up. And then last year, it was memory stocks, and they're still in the process of re-rating. But as you can see, the market's starting to now see the AI benefit to the mags, and it's working its way to software. People thought software was going to lose with AI, but you can see this little parabolic spike. Software companies are benefiting from AI because they're developing the downstream applications. And finally, the future infrastructure of AI is going to be on crypto. So to me, it makes perfect sense that we're just working our way through, and I think this is just a matter of months. And if you don't think this is possible, look at the relationship between Ethereum and software. They've moved together in sync for a long time, and now we see a divergence where the software stocks have gone parabolic, and I think it's now just going to be, again, just a matter of weeks before Ethereum prices reflect this. The second story is tokenization. I've talked about this before, so I'm going to go through this very quickly. But we know that Wall Street wants to tokenize, and also they believe the future of money is compute. In fact, many, many tech founders see this. And part of it is that we're already seeing the future. There's more stablecoin transaction volume than Visa today. And in the future, there's the belief that you could have as much as $300 trillion tokenized in securities markets. And that's going to be tokenizing real estate, fixed income, equities, derivatives, land, and gold. And you can see the tokenized market today is absolutely tiny right here. Okay, so if it's 300 trillion, how does this value crypto or benefit crypto? Keep in mind, crypto prices and the amount of assets tokenized are highly linked. So if a market is going to go to 300 trillion of asset value, Ethereum isn't going to stay at 100 and $200 billion of total network value. And that's the reality, is that there's a few blockchains today that operate at scale. Okay. So what does this mean? Well, I think that means that crypto, which delivers a lot of efficiency, are going to replace a lot of the most profitable banks today. And so I want to give you some examples. JP Morgan is the most profitable bank in the world, and they earn $60 billion. But there's a company that called Jane Street. I don't know if there's anybody from Jane Street here, but they are just in the business of basically moving money around, and they're going to earn $40 billion this year. That's nearly as much money as JP Morgan, but they only have 3,000 employees. So with 1,000th the number of employees, they're almost as profitable as JP Morgan. Okay? And it shows you just moving money around is more valuable than keeping people's money, and crypto is very good at moving money around. And take a company like Tether. Tether probably going to earn $15 billion this year. It's a crypto native company, and they have 300 employees. If you combine Tether with Jane Street, you make more money than JP Morgan, and JP Morgan is the largest bank in the world. So you get the picture. Investors always give too much value to the incumbent. And I've highlighted this before. Whether in the auto industry, you might have bet on the horse buggy makers, or in digital media, you would have bet on News Corp and Viacom. But as you can see, the new entrant is always the one that captures all the value. And so I think in the next 10 years, 5 of the 10 largest financial institutions will be crypto-native companies. All right, so that gets me to the third point, which is the other thing that we have to keep in mind is these smart contract platforms are probably going to become monetary units of value because it's going to be easier to hold Ethereum, arguably, to do a transaction than it is to hold dollars. And Elon Musk said it best. He says in the future, we're not going to use dollars as a currency. It's just going to be compute and energy. And Standard Chartered, for instance, had a recent report this week about Ethereum. And they made an analogy to Amazon, where there's a lot of tailwinds developing in Ethereum, just like it was like in Amazon. But Amazon's stock price was stuck at $6. And as you know, today Amazon is more than 1,000x from there. So I think one thing to watch, of course, on this is just the Ethereum to Bitcoin ratio. Now, I'm going to jump through this really quick because I want to cover some other things. But if our view is correct, then Ethereum is going to break out of this consolidation. And the consolidation breakout is tokenization and AI. And I think that that's probably 50x or so, but significant upside for Ethereum. And finally, I want to talk about foundations, because in this world, a foundation isn't going to be the right point of centralization for a cryptocurrency. Okay, Vitalik wrote about this year. He says that the Ethereum Foundation is basically going to slim its role, that it's not going to be the entire centralized repository for all things Ethereum. And it makes sense, because Ethereum Foundation doesn't hold as much Ethereum as it used to. It used to hold 17% of the supply. And by 2020, you could see that number dropped to 1%. Last year, when Bitmain started its treasury business, that number dropped to 0.3. And today, Ethereum Foundation only owns 100,000 ETH, or 0.1% of the supply. Okay. That's not a lot of Ethereum. That's about $200 million worth. And if you had to live off the typical sort of foundation model of 5% of the return, they can only support about $10 million of grant efforts. But this is where the treasuries come in. The treasuries, which I'm talking about the Ethereum treasuries, and there's Bitmain, SharpLink, among others, now own 7% of the Ethereum supply. If you're an accountant, you know what a treasury stock is. Treasury stock is essentially supply permanently taken out from the ecosystem, but we also own the yield. Now, the yield is around 3%, so today, these public treasuries are generating $500 million a year in rewards. And that is what we can use to fund and grant the crypto ecosystem. Bitmain, by the way, is 4.5% of that total, or 65% of basically all treasury holdings. Okay, well, this is where the plan's going to come together. Because pre-2024, before we had a friendly White House, foundations served important roles. They were funding public goods. They provided a lot of legal and operational infrastructure. They, of course, coordinated the ecosystem. They protected neutrality. And they were trying to bootstrap adoption, okay? I mean, these are really important functions. But that made sense when we were in a DeFi world. I think now we're in 2026. And in this world, a foundation role has to evolve. And I'll explain in a couple of ways. But first, they still want to steward long-term research, right? Quantum resistance, privacy, how to make this blockchain relevant. They want to coordinate private sector efforts. That's really important. Want to develop standards and best practices. I believe they're going to have a public role in terms of representing the ecosystem. but they want to strengthen decentralization. So why do we think this is necessary? Well, Ethereum's a 240 billion network value entity. It's been operating for 11 years, never a single day of downtime. There's 11,500 nodes, okay? And this is in 89 different countries. And there's 15,000 developers. I think this is too big to be coordinated by a single foundation. In fact, I did a lot of research, and I said, okay, well, what are other industries have broad ecosystems, and how do they coordinate? And I've got 3 examples here. In the mobile industry, which I think is the closest analogy to what happened in crypto, there's something called the CTIA. Now, that was established in '82, has 1,000 members today, and they operate and develop all the standards around mobile, but everybody who actually is in the mobile business runs their own business. It's a really important center point for coordination. For the semi industry, which of course is super relevant today because of AI, they have the Semiconductor Industry Association and the World Semiconductor Council. And again, it's a centralized foundation, but it has a very limited role. And the third is the National Association of Broadcasters, which again, in the earliest days, they're the ones that had to create the broadcast industry. That was started in 1923. Today, of course, broadcast has its own rich ecosystem, but these guys were the ones creating it in the beginning. So when I look at Ethereum, I think there's already the skeletons of that here. These are some examples of private companies that represent the ecosystem, and they're already doing enterprise engagement. Now, this list doesn't yet reflect the spin-outs coming from the Ethereum Foundation. I mean, there's at least 5 and more, and I think BitMine's going to play a role in granting and supporting any of those that come out. And then you factor in the BitMines and the Sharplinks that own collectively 7% of the Ethereum supply and generate $500 million in rewards. So you can see, I mean, if you ask me, my opinion, I think Ethereum is in good hands because the foundation's going to be stronger by staying focused. We've got a lot of private sector companies already building products and important L2s in Ethereum, and of course the treasuries are here to help with funding and the granting. So I think we've already got the skeleton of a post-2026 foundation world. So if you're bearish, you are selling at the bottom. And again, I can't emphasize, I think if you're bearish today, you are bearish at the bottom for Bitcoin and Ethereum. Okay, well, if you accept what I'm saying, then the Ethereum treasuries are really primed for the next bull cycle. And let me explain to you why. BitMine, for instance, has been doing a lot of building during this crypto winter. Okay? The first thing we did was we invested in a company called ACO, which sits at the intersection of AI and identity. The stock's done really well recently. If you haven't followed it, the ticker is ORBS. And the biggest investment in ACO is a big stake, the largest public holder of the world of WorldCoin. Now, WorldCoin is Sam Altman's AI project, but it serves and does something very important. WorldChain is designed to provide proof of human and human verification in a world that's basically run by robots. And keep in mind, as I showed previously, today, non-humans dominate traffic, whether it's polymarket, web, email, stock trading. I mean, today when you're buying a stock, you're pretty much buying it from a robot. Creating websites, product reviews. A third of all product reviews are fake. And even on Twitter and Reddit, actually we know at Reddit they famously want to get rid of any of the bots posting. In fact, the CEO of Reddit, Alexis, has been in talks with World ID to make sure people have to prove they're human before they even post a comment. Well, that's Orbs. Now, Orbs owns other stakes. Orbs actually owns a stake in OpenAI. It's 28% of the balance sheet. It's a sanctioned holding because Orbs spends time with Sam Altman. And Orbs also owns about 8% in Mr. Beast, 8% in Ethereum, and it has 34% held in cash. Well, there's a similar private company holding co-entity called Fundrise, ticker VCX. They own similar AI-related holdings. That trades at 13 times NAV. If Orbs traded at the same multiple as VCX, Orbs, which is currently $1, would be closer to $15 today. So it's a massively, massively undervalued stock. Okay, the second thing that BitMine did was launch the largest staking operation in the world. It's not the largest staking operation for Ethereum. It is the largest staking operation, single staking operator in the world. And it's open for business. In fact, Maven already manages and stakes about $2 billion of other people's crypto, including Solana and Hyperliquid, and I believe in the process of onboarding a few other chains as supernodes. So we have about more than $14 billion of assets under management. And as you can see, just our own Ethereum staked is generating a huge amount of rewards, about $1 million a day. So if you're wondering, why do you own Bitmine? If you own it, keep in mind the company makes $1 million a day. You know, in my 30-minute presentation, that means we generated almost $200,000 of staking rewards. The third thing that Bitmine's done is invested in Mr. Beast. I think this is a huge moonshot. If you don't know who he is, he's the greatest content creator in the world. By the way, they just revealed some financial data 2 weeks ago. Their revenues are over $1 billion today, growing revenues at over 50%. So to us, this is the biggest content creator in the world, already $1 billion business, growing at more than 50%, and now he wants to get into banking. They bought Step Financial, and in my opinion, Mr. Beast is going to become the next Robinhood, or the next SoFi, or the next Chime, but for Gen Z and Gen Alpha. There's 120 million of them. That's a lot of people. Now, Gen Z and Gen Alpha may not be very wealthy today. The reason they're not wealthy is they're very young, but keep in mind, the boomers, when they started supporting Schwab, they weren't very wealthy either. And of course, today they're the richest generation ever. Gen X created BlackRock and Blackstone. Again, Gen X, when they were in their 20s, weren't very wealthy. And on top of that, there's a huge wealth transfer coming. Millennials, Gen Z are going to inherit $50 trillion, $60 trillion over the next 20 years. So if you want to bet on the next generation financial companies, bet on the companies that are relevant to Gen Z, Gen Alpha. And by the way, it's crypto as well. And finally, there's been some big milestones for Bitmine. One I can publicly say is that we got uplisted to the big board on the NYSE. That's a big deal because very few companies are traded on the big board New York Stock Exchange, especially crypto companies. We are one of the few that are trading on the New York Stock Exchange, which is the most prestigious and venerable exchange in the world. But Bitmine also meets the eligibility criteria to be added to the Russell 1000. Now, that was announced last week. The inclusion date is June 26th. Why does that matter? Well, the Russell 1000 is the most widely tracked index in the world. We'll be part of the Russell 1000 index. Every fund manager in the world who is benchmarked against the Russell 1000, and that's over $4 trillion worth, will have to decide if they want to own Bitmine. And by the way, out of, let's say, the 1,600 active managers that are benchmarked to the Russell 1000, remember, 1,600 fund managers have the Russell 1000 as their benchmark. Bitmine has 25 of them as institutional holders. So that means there's 1,575 that will have to decide on June 26th if they want to own Bitmine. And of course, I think that's a huge catalyst for the stock later this year. And finally, it's really Ethereum and what we're going to do because, you know, we got to 1% of Ethereum in August. We got to 4% on April 10th. And we're at 4.5% today. We could get to 5% as early as the end of June, but we may or may not try to do that because we're bullish on Ethereum. I think people would like us to see us complete our purchases, but one of the things that we're also debating is, whether it makes sense to own more than 5%. So before having to make that decision, and instead of crossing 5% and deciding, we're going to take our time. So we'll slow the pace of accumulation until we've decided. And finally, keep in mind, in the final minute, that a proper DAT will outperform the crypto that it's benchmarked against. Last year, from June 30 to December 31, we created Bitmine on June 30th. Ethereum rose 22%. Bitmine rose 500%, massively outperforming Ethereum. This year, Ethereum is down, and I don't think it's going to be down for the full year, but you can see Bitmine is outperforming on the downside. So if we're correct and Ethereum price rises, Okay, the x-axis here is Ethereum. The y-axis is our stock price. It's 90% correlated, not surprisingly. But if Etherealize is correct and Ethereum goes to 250,000, okay, that's going to be this very far right here. 250,000 ETH values Bitmain stock at 5,000. It's a bargain at 18. But look, if Ethereum gets to 22,000, which I think is reasonable, our stock is 500. So if you ask me, again, you're better off buying the DATs if you want to have a liquid holding in a crypto treasury. That's everything, and thank you very much.
Your life doesn't get better by chance. It gets better by change. They say it takes 21 days to build a habit. But what if I told you that just one focused week, 7 days of consistent effort, could be the turning point you've been waiting for? Most people spend months, even years, stuck in the same cycle, waking up tired, chasing distractions, making promises they never keep, hoping things will magically improve. I've been there. I know what it feels like to want change so badly, but not know where to start. That was me until I got fed up with my own excuses. I didn't overhaul my life overnight. I didn't climb a mountain or win the lottery. I simply chose 5 simple habits, small shifts that I committed to for 1 week. And those 5 habits sparked a transformation that gave me back my time, my energy, and most importantly, my belief in myself. This isn't about being perfect. It's about doing what works. And what works is momentum, small wins, daily discipline. The kind of habits that don't just change your schedule, they change your identity. So if you're tired of feeling stuck, if you're ready to finally take control, this message is for you. Today I'm going to walk you through the 5 habits that changed my life in just 1 week. Stay with me for the next few minutes as I show you how to start small, stay consistent, and build a life you're proud of, one habit at a time. Let's dive in. Number 1. Start with one habit that matters. Let me be clear. The biggest mistake people make when trying to change their life is trying to change everything at once. It's tempting. You get motivated, feel fired up, and suddenly you want to fix your sleep, your diet, your finances, your goals, your relationships, all in one shot. But here's the truth that no one wants to admit. Real change doesn't come from massive overhauls. It comes from picking one thing and sticking with it until it becomes part of who you are. When I decided I'd had enough of living on autopilot, I didn't try to reinvent my entire life. I picked one habit, just one. I told myself, if I can do this consistently for a week, I'll prove to myself that change is possible. And that decision was the turning point. You don't need 10 habits. You need one habit done 10 times. Consistency beats intensity every single time. Let's take a look at James Clear, the author of Atomic Habits. Before he became a best-selling author, he wasn't chasing fame or massive goals. He started by committing to a simple habit, writing 1 page a day, just one. That act of showing up every single day without fail turned him into one of the most respected voices in personal development. Why? Because he understood that small actions, repeated over time, lead to big results. You don't build discipline overnight. You build it daily, one decision at a time. That's the secret most people miss. They think change has to be extreme to be effective, but extreme rarely lasts. What lasts is sustainable. What lasts is something so small, so doable, that you can't fail. That's where the magic begins. 1 push-up, 1 page, 1 walk, 1 glass of water. It sounds too easy, but that's the point. The goal is to lower the resistance so your brain can't come up with a reason not to do it. Once you build a streak, 2 days, then 3, then 5, your identity begins to shift. You no longer say, I'm trying to change. You start saying, this is who I am now. Here's how to apply it. Stop making a list of 10 habits. Don't download 5 new apps. Don't write a long to-do list that stresses you out. Pick one habit. Make it small. Make it daily. Make it matter. If you want to read more, commit to 10 pages. If you want to get fit, commit to 5 minutes of movement. If you want better mornings, start by waking up 15 minutes earlier. Don't try to change the world. Just try to win the next 7 days. There's something powerful about honoring your word to yourself. When you say you'll do something and you actually do it, even when no one's watching, you start building self-trust. And when you trust yourself, you no longer need outside motivation. You become the kind of person who shows up. That's where your confidence comes from. Not from being perfect, but from being consistent. So let this be your first move. Choose one habit that aligns with the life you want to build. Commit to doing it every single day for the next 7 days. No excuses. You're not aiming for massive results right now. You're aiming to prove to yourself that you can follow through. And once that habit sticks, you'll have a foundation strong enough to build anything on top of. Because the first real habit you build isn't reading or working out or waking up early. The first real habit you build is showing up for yourself. And once you master that, everything else becomes possible. Number 2, prioritize small, consistent actions. There's a dangerous lie floating around in the world of personal development. The idea that life changes in one big moment, that there's a single breakthrough, a flash of brilliance, a sudden spark that transforms everything. And while those moments do exist, they're incredibly rare. You know what's far more common? Quiet, consistent effort, tiny decisions, small wins. That's the real secret behind lasting transformation. If you're trying to do something great, change your habits, chase your dreams, rebuild your mindset. Don't wait around for a perfect day. Don't wait to feel ready. Most people waste months, even years, waiting for motivation to show up. But motivation is inconsistent. What you really need is discipline. And discipline is built on consistency. It's not about how much you do once in a while. It's about what you do daily, especially when you don't feel like it. Let me give you a real example. Jerry Seinfeld, one of the most successful comedians in the world, didn't build his career by writing genius material in one sitting. He did something incredibly simple. Every day he sat down and wrote jokes. He marked an X on a wall calendar. Each day he did it. Over time, he had a chain of X's. And he had one rule. Don't break the chain. That's it. One joke a day. One page a day. One win a day. That's what built his confidence, his skill, and ultimately his legacy. This principle applies to every area of life. Want to get in shape? One workout won't do it. But one workout every day will change your body. Want to grow your business? One phone call might get ignored. But making one call every day builds connections, momentum, and opportunity. Want to be more present with your family? One good conversation every evening creates stronger relationships over time. The key is repetition, not intensity, repetition. You see, the reason small, consistent actions work so well is because they sneak past resistance. They don't trigger fear. They don't overwhelm your brain. They're manageable, which means you're far more likely to do them. And the more you do them, the easier they become. You build rhythm. You build reliability. You become the kind of person who follows through. Most people don't fail because they don't try. They fail because they try to do too much, too soon, and then burn out. They think progress has to be dramatic to be meaningful. But it's the little things, the easy to overlook things, that shape who you are. One day of effort doesn't matter much, but 100 days of effort, that will change everything. Let's get practical. Think of an area of your life you've been struggling to improve. Maybe it's your finances. Maybe it's your energy. Maybe it's your confidence. Now ask yourself, what's one small thing you can do every day that would push that part of your life in a better direction? Not a huge commitment, not a 5-hour grind session, just one small action. Something that's so simple, you can't talk yourself out of doing it. Then do it every day. Track it. Keep score. Don't skip a day. Make it part of your routine, like brushing your teeth or turning off the lights. And don't let the simplicity fool you. These actions compound, like drops of water wearing down stone. Over time, they create deep change, quiet change, real change. It's also important to celebrate these small wins. Most people ignore them. They focus on what they haven't achieved yet. They beat themselves up over what's still undone. But when you acknowledge your progress, even the little things, you reinforce the behavior. You start to feel momentum. You start to believe in yourself again. And that belief is fuel. Imagine where your life would be 1 month from now if you committed to just one small action every day. Imagine where you'd be in 6 months, a year. It's not about being perfect. It's not about hitting home runs. It's about showing up, day in, day out, no matter what. Here's the truth. Small actions, done consistently, are more powerful than bursts of inspiration. They build habits. They build trust. They build the kind of life you can be proud of. It doesn't matter how slow you're going, as long as you're moving forward. So the next time you're tempted to do it all at once, pause, breathe, and remember Jerry Seinfeld's calendar. 1x a day, 1 step, 1 win. That's how great things are built. Start now, start small. And whatever you do, don't break the chain. Number 3, limit distractions and protect your focus. Let's be real. Focus is one of the most valuable skills in the world today, and it's also one of the rarest. We live in a time when distractions are everywhere. Your phone buzzes, notifications pop up, someone sends a message. You scroll for just a second, and suddenly an hour has vanished. You feel busy, but you haven't moved forward. That's the trap. The illusion of productivity with no real progress. Here's the truth. Most people ignore. If you don't control your focus, the world will control it for you. Every app, every platform, every advertisement is fighting for your attention. And if you let them win, you lose. Your time, your energy, your clarity, your life. Distractions might not seem dangerous in the moment, but they quietly steal your potential. Think about how much more you could accomplish if your focus was laser sharp. What if for just 2 hours a day, you had deep, uninterrupted time to work on your goals? How much further would you be in 1 month, 1 year? Focus is the gateway to excellence, and protecting it is a skill you must build deliberately. Let's look at someone who built their success on this very idea. Cal Newport, the author of Deep Work. Newport doesn't use social media. He doesn't chase every trend. Instead, he carved out focused blocks of time every day to do deep, meaningful work, writing, thinking, creating. This practice of working without distraction didn't just help him write best-selling books. It made him a respected voice in productivity, research, and success. He didn't rely on constant motivation. He relied on focus. That's the mindset shift we need. Stop trying to do more. Start doing what matters, without distraction. You don't have to give up your phone or disappear from the world, but you do need boundaries. Distractions don't just come from technology. They also come from people, habits, clutter, and mental noise. The real question is, what's pulling your attention away from the life you're trying to build? It might be endless scrolling. It might be responding to everyone else's needs before your own. It might be jumping between tasks all day without completing anything. Whatever it is, it's time to fix it. Start small. Create one window of deep focus each day. It could be 30 minutes, an hour, or 2 hours. During that time, no notifications, no multitasking, no interruptions. Put your phone in another room. Close your inbox. Let people know you're unavailable. This isn't being rude. It's being responsible. You have to treat your attention like your most valuable asset, because it is. Every time you protect it, you take a step closer to your goals. Every time you waste it, you take a step further away. Let's be honest. You don't need more time. You need better focus. Most people have enough time to make progress. They just lose it to things that don't matter. A Netflix binge, an hour on social media, another quick scroll. These things feel relaxing, but they leave you empty. They don't move your life forward. Here's a challenge. Track your time for one day. Just one. Write down how you spend each hour. You'll be shocked at how much time disappears. Once you see it, you can fix it. You can reclaim it. Imagine what you could build with 2 extra focused hours a day. That's 60 hours a month. That's 720 hours a year. That's nearly a full month of work, reclaimed, just by limiting distractions. And the best part, you don't need to work harder. You just need to work smarter. Focus doesn't happen by accident. It happens by design. So design your environment to support it. Clean your workspace. Turn off unnecessary notifications. Use tools like website blockers or timers to stay on track. And most importantly, train your brain. The more you practice focus, the stronger it becomes. This isn't about perfection. You're going to get distracted sometimes. That's okay. But you need a system to get back on track. A reset button. A habit of pausing and refocusing when your attention drifts. Over time, you'll notice something powerful. You're no longer a slave to your phone. You're no longer reacting to everything around you. You're in control. And when you control your focus, you control your outcomes. So here's your action step. Choose a daily focus block. Start with just 30 minutes. Pick one task that matters. Turn off everything else and go deep. No multitasking, no jumping tabs. Just pure uninterrupted effort. Do that consistently, and you'll start seeing results faster than you imagined. Because in a world full of noise, focus is your edge. It's your weapon. And if you protect it fiercely, it will take you places distractions never could. Number 4. Take care of your health first. Let's talk about something most people don't realize until it's almost too late. Your health is not optional. It's not a side quest on your journey to success. It is the foundation of everything. You can have big dreams, clear goals, powerful habits, but if you don't have the energy to execute, nothing moves forward. When your body is tired, your mind is foggy. When your mind is foggy, your decisions suffer. And when your decisions suffer, your future suffers. It's that simple. People love to say, I don't have time to work out, or I'm too busy to eat healthy. But let's flip that for a second. How much time do you think it will cost you if you get sick? How much momentum will you lose if burnout hits? How many dreams will you postpone because your body can't keep up with your ambition? Let me give you a real example. Arianna Huffington. At the peak of her career, while building the Huffington Post, she collapsed at her desk. She was exhausted, sleep-deprived, and pushing herself past the limit. That moment forced her to reevaluate everything. She realized that no success was worth sacrificing her well-being. From that day forward, she became an advocate for sleep, self-care, and health as non-negotiables, not luxuries. You don't need to wait for a collapse. You can make the shift now. Here's the reality. Your body is your engine. If the engine breaks down, the whole journey stops. And just like a car needs regular maintenance, so does your body. Not once in a while, every day. Your energy, focus, discipline, and creativity all flow from your physical state. You're not lazy or unmotivated. You might just be exhausted. You might be running on fumes and blaming yourself for not being able to sprint. This is why health must come first. Because when your body feels strong, your mind follows. You're more resilient, more optimistic, more focused. Suddenly that hard task doesn't feel impossible. That big goal doesn't feel so far away. You don't need to push yourself to start. You want to start. Now, you don't need a gym membership or a six-pack. You don't need to go vegan or run marathons. What you need is movement, daily movement, fuel, hydration, rest, the basics, the fundamentals. Because those are the things that unlock everything else. Let's start simple. Walk 20 minutes a day. Do bodyweight exercises, push-ups, squats, planks, drink more water, cut down the junk food. Get 7 to 8 hours of real, quality sleep. That's it. No perfection, no extremes. Just commitment to the essentials. If you're someone who works long hours or sits at a desk most of the day, This matters even more because your brain was never designed to stay sharp in a stagnant body. When you move, you stimulate your mind, you reset your nervous system, you shake off stress, you generate momentum, and it's not just physical, it's deeply mental. When you choose to take care of your body, you send yourself a powerful message. I matter. That mindset bleeds into everything. You stop tolerating low standards in other areas too. You show up better at work. You're more present in relationships. You're more courageous with your goals. Because a strong body builds a strong mind, and a strong mind is unstoppable. Think about it this way. Your health is an investment, not an expense. Every step you take, every stretch you do, every healthy meal you eat, it's a deposit into your future. And over time, those deposits add up. You start to feel better. You start to look better. You start to believe that maybe, just maybe, you really can do this. So what's the action step? Start with one health habit, just one. Pick a time in your day for movement. Maybe it's first thing in the morning. Maybe it's after work. Maybe it's a 10-minute break in the afternoon. Make it non-negotiable. Do it every day for 1 week. Then build from there. Add in better sleep, cleaner food, more water, stack the wins. Don't wait for a crisis to take your health seriously. Don't wait until you're burned out, broken down, or fed up. Decide now that your body is worth protecting. Your energy is worth cultivating. Your future is worth showing up for. Because no matter how big your goals are, you only get one body to carry you there. Treat it like the powerhouse it is. Fuel it, strengthen it, respect it, and it will return the favor by giving you the strength to chase down every dream you've got. Take care of your health, not just for the way it makes you look, but for the way it makes you live. Number 5, track small wins to build big confidence. If there's one thing that silently shapes your self-image and long-term success, it's this: the way you measure progress. Most people only celebrate the big wins, getting the promotion, reaching the goal weight, launching the business, and while those moments are worth celebrating, they're not what keep you going day after day. What really fuels growth, what builds real confidence, the small wins, the ones no one sees, the ones that feel too small to matter, but matter more than you realize. Confidence isn't something you're born with. It's something you earn, and you earn it by doing what you said you would do, especially when it's hard. Every time you follow through, even in a small way, you reinforce belief in yourself. You start to think, I can do this. You start trusting your own word, and that's powerful. Let's look at an example from history. Benjamin Franklin. Long before habit trackers and digital planners, Franklin created a system to track his personal growth. He identified 13 virtues he wanted to develop, including things like temperance, industry, and humility. Each day, he marked whether he had upheld those virtues. He reviewed his chart weekly, reflected on his progress, and adjusted. That process, tracking and reflecting, helped him grow into one of the most respected thinkers, writers, and inventors of all time. What Franklin understood is something most people forget: what gets tracked gets improved. When you don't track your progress, you lose sight of how far you've come. You feel stuck even when you're growing. You downplay your efforts, and that drains motivation. But when you can see your wins written down, checked off, documented, you feel momentum, and momentum creates motivation. Let's get practical. How do you start tracking your small wins? It doesn't have to be complicated. Start a habit tracker. Use a notebook, an app, or a simple checklist. Each day, write down one thing you did well. Maybe you drank more water. Maybe you resisted a distraction. Maybe you pushed through a task you didn't feel like doing. That's a win. Record it. Over time, these little notes become a story. They tell you you're not the same person you were a week ago. And that story becomes your identity. You stop saying, I can't stick to anything. And you start saying, I'm someone who follows through. That shift in self-perception is life-changing. This works in any area of life. Want to save more money? Track each time you say no to an unnecessary purchase. Want to improve your fitness? Log every workout, no matter how short. Want to grow your mindset? Write down every book you read, podcast you finish, or journal entry you complete. The win doesn't have to be big, it just has to be real. Now here's the magic. When you track small wins, you also build resilience. Because let's face it, there are going to be hard days. Days where motivation is low. Days when progress feels invisible. But if you've been tracking, you'll have proof that you are making progress. You'll be able to look back and say, maybe today wasn't perfect, but I've come too far to quit. Now, that's how you keep going when most people stop. There's also something deeply satisfying about closing the day with a win, even a tiny one. You go to bed knowing you didn't just let the day pass. You used it. You made it count. That's where fulfillment starts. Not in the finish line, but in the process. You don't have to wait for permission to feel proud of yourself. You don't have to achieve something massive to feel like a success. You just have to commit to showing up, doing your best, and recording the journey. Day by day, you'll become stronger, sharper, and more self-assured. Let me give you one more reason why this matters. The world won't always clap for you. You won't always get a round of applause when you wake up early, stay disciplined, or choose growth over comfort. That recognition has to come from you. And when you track your progress, you give yourself the credit you deserve. You become your own coach, your own cheerleader, your own source of drive. So here's your challenge. For the next 7 days, track one win a day, just one. At the end of the week, read them back. You'll be surprised by how much you've actually done. And more importantly, you'll feel the difference. That's when you know it's working. Because success isn't built in huge leaps. It's built in tiny, invisible steps. It's built in quiet victories, in small wins that nobody claps for, but that you keep showing up for anyway. Track them, honor them, build your confidence brick by brick. And soon enough, you'll look around and realize you've become someone unstoppable. So here we are. You've heard the 5 habits that changed my life in just 1 week. And if you've made it this far, there's a part of you that's ready, not just to listen, but to live differently. Maybe for the first time in a long time, you're starting to believe that transformation isn't some distant dream. It's something you can reach, and it starts with small, powerful steps. Let's recap. You start by choosing 1 habit that matters, not 10, not everything at once, just 1. Because progress doesn't begin with overwhelming change. It begins with a clear focus and daily follow-through. Then, you prioritize small, consistent actions. Because life isn't changed by what you do once in a while. It's shaped by what you do daily, especially when no one's watching. Consistency turns effort into identity. Next, you cut the distractions and protect your focus. Your attention is your most valuable currency. And if you don't guard it, the world will spend it for you. You can either scroll through life or show up for it. Then, you remember to take care of your health, because your body is the vehicle that carries your purpose. No energy means no progress. No vitality means no vision. A strong body creates a sharp mind, and both are essential for success. And finally, you track your small wins, because what gets measured gets improved. Confidence isn't about arrogance, it's about evidence. It's about showing yourself, day by day, that you are growing, you are moving, and you are becoming who you're meant to be. Now let me ask you this. What if you actually did this? What if you took the next 7 days and applied everything you just heard? What would your life look like 1 week from today? Would you feel more confident, more focused, more in control? You already know the answer. Don't wait for the perfect time. Don't wait until you feel ready. The most powerful decision you can make is to start right now, right here, exactly as you are. Because a better life isn't built in a single moment of inspiration. It's built in daily decisions, in quiet commitment, in tiny steps that no one claps for, but that change everything. Give yourself that 1 week, just 1. Show up for your goals, show up for your health, show up for your future. And when the week is over, you won't just feel different, you'll be different. Remember this, the life you want is waiting on the other side of your discipline. So start with 1 habit. Stay consistent, stay focused, take care of your body, track your wins. And when you do, you won't just change your week, you'll change your life.
Important note, this is timeless and powerful wisdom that has influenced and improved the life of millions. Now that you just found it, you must install it deep into your subconscious mind. Read the description below this video and follow the links to choose among multiple options to aid you in achieving the optimum results you seek. The journey to success is just 1 decision away. Thank you for listening and subscribing to Top Mindset Growth Channel.
How to think like a millionaire before you become one, before the money ever shows up, before the first breakthrough, before the empire. It starts with a thought, a single unshakable thought that refuses to die. The seed of a millionaire's mind is not planted in a bank account. It is forged in the fire of belief. And let me tell you something they don't teach in school. You don't attract millions by chasing money. You attract millions by becoming the person who commands it. There's a psychology to wealth, a science to success, and a spirit behind every fortune ever built from nothing. You want to be rich? You want success that echoes through time? Then your first job is to stop thinking like someone who needs money and start thinking like someone who creates it. Henry Ford once said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. Let that burn into your bones, because that's not a quote, it's a warning. If your dominant thought is fear, lack, doubt, you will never rise. But if your dominant thought is vision, certainty, belief, and relentless will, then even the gates of poverty will open for you. The millionaire mind doesn't wait for opportunity. It creates it. It bends reality through focus, clarity, and disciplined imagination. Walt Disney saw an entire kingdom in a swamp. Nikola Tesla saw a world of wireless energy before the light bulb was common in homes. They didn't wait. They thought differently. They believed obsessively. And they acted like it was already real. You must start there in the mind, because you cannot live a life that's inconsistent with your beliefs. No strategy, no hustle, no deal will last if your inner thermostat is still set to average. The moment you accept that wealth begins within, you start reprogramming the subconscious that has silently ruled your life, that voice in your head. The one that says, I'm not ready, I'm not good enough, I could never do that. That's not you. That's conditioning. That's years of limitation installed by the fears of others. But here's the truth. Your mind is programmable. And the greatest millionaires in history understood this. Dr. Maxwell Maltz discovered something revolutionary in the 1960s. He realized that when patients changed their self-image, their lives changed too. Not just their confidence, their income, their relationships, their reality. Why? Because the subconscious mind doesn't care what's true. It only believes what you repeat. Say you're poor every day, and your mind will build that future with precision. But say you're powerful, say you're worthy, say you are a creator of wealth, and your mind will go to work manifesting it in the physical world. So what are you telling yourself day after day? What are the thoughts you allow to dominate your mental screen? Because what you dwell on, you eventually dwell in. You must become the architect of your mental palace. Build wealth there first. Walk through your dream home in your mind. Shake the hands of your future business partners. Feel the wire transfer of $1 million in your bank account. Live there. Think there. And then return to the world and act from that place. The world is waiting for the man or woman who already lives in their future mentally, not the one who's waiting for proof. Proof is for the crowd. Belief is for the leader. Now listen carefully. You don't think like a millionaire by reading quotes. You think like one by living a code. And that code is written in clarity. You must be absolutely clear on what you want. You don't ask the universe for success. That's vague. You don't beg life for more money. That's poverty thinking. You command your life to take shape. You see the number in your account. You name the companies you'll build. You write down the lifestyle you will live in exacting detail. Clarity is the language of the subconscious. When you are vague, your results will be scattered. But when you are precise, the world reorganizes in your favor. Andrew Carnegie demanded clarity. He said, you must know exactly what you want. If you do not, you will never get it. Carnegie didn't speak in wishes, he spoke in absolutes. And the universe responded with an empire. The average mind says, I hope I can make it. The millionaire mind says, it is already mine. Now I must go and claim it. And once that vision is carved in stone, you must give it a purpose that burns, not just for you, not just for cars, watches, vacations, but for something that ignites your soul. Millionaires don't rise for status. They rise for impact. Ford didn't build automobiles just to be rich. He wanted every working man to own one. Thomas Edison wasn't obsessed with money. He was obsessed with bringing light to darkness. True wealth is a byproduct of serving something greater than yourself. So what drives you? What would make you unstoppable, even if no one clapped? What would pull you out of bed with fire in your chest, even when no one's watching? That is your millionaire fuel. Find it, feed it, live from it. Because discipline without purpose is punishment. But discipline with purpose, that's the foundation of a legacy. And now, you act. Not when you're ready. Not when it's convenient. But now. Millionaires are not waiting for the stars to align. They align themselves and move forward. Thomas Edison failed over 10,000 times to create the light bulb. Did he call them failures? No. He said, I have not failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that won't work. That's not a man with money. That's a man with a mind wired for greatness. Every wealthy mind has one trait in common: relentless, aggressive action. Not perfection, not hesitation, not analysis. Action. Do you know how Andrew Carnegie built over 100 millionaires? He didn't hand them gold. He gave them belief and demanded they move. You don't need more information. You need more execution. You need to turn your vision into motion. You need to act like your future is depending on you, because it is. And let me be very clear. You don't rise by doing what's easy. You rise by doing what others won't. Waking up early, reading daily, planning every hour, saying no to distractions, pushing through rejection, facing down fear, sitting in silence, studying your craft, sharpening your mind, sacrificing comfort for greatness. These are not millionaire habits. These are millionaire standards. And standards shape reality. If you tolerate average, you'll get it. But if you demand excellence from yourself, you will attract a life most only dream about. There will come a day when the world will see what you've been building in silence. But first, you must earn it in the dark. The mind of a millionaire is not built in the spotlight. It is carved in private discipline, in those lonely early mornings when no one applauds you, in those quiet nights when the world sleeps and you study, you write, you prepare. That's where wealth begins. That's where champions are born. Alexander Graham Bell didn't invent the telephone by seeking approval. He lived in obsession, laser-focused thought, single-minded determination, and a refusal to quit until the invisible became real. You want to be a millionaire? Then stop thinking like a follower. Stop wasting your time. Stop comparing. Stop outsourcing your self-worth to opinions. A millionaire doesn't ask, do they approve? They ask, is this aligned with my vision? That's the difference. The crowd waits to be told. The leader decides and acts. The masses react emotionally. The millionaire responds strategically. And this is the inner war. The war between the present version of you and the one you must become. You will feel resistance. You will feel fear. That's how you know the old you is dying. Because your brain was not designed to make you rich. It was designed to make you safe, to avoid risk, to seek comfort, to stay familiar. But wealth does not live in comfort. It lives in courage. It lives in uncertainty. It lives where 99% of people turn back. And in those moments when your doubts scream louder than your dreams, remember this: you are not your thoughts. You are the thinker. And you can choose new thoughts. Every day, you have the power to repetition rewire reality. Every affirmation, every visualization, every action. It's all programming. You are either programming your future or replaying your past. Dale Carnegie once said, inaction breeds doubt and fear. Action breeds confidence and courage. And he was right. You can't think your way into confidence. You must act your way into a new identity. So write the vision. Feel the vision. Live the vision. Then move toward it every single day with violent consistency. No 0 days. No skipping the work. No tolerating mediocrity. The millionaire mind doesn't look for motivation. It runs on commitment. Commitment to self. Commitment to growth. Commitment to becoming undeniable. You must become mentally invincible. Because the world will test you. People will doubt you. Failure will punch you in the face. But if your mind is fortified, if your belief is steel, if your standards are sky high, then nothing can take from you what you've decided is yours. That is self-mastery. That is how millionaires are born in thought and revealed in time. And here's what they'll never tell you in books or podcasts. You don't need to feel like doing it. You don't need permission. You don't need perfect conditions. You just need to begin. You just need to go all in, without certainty, without applause, without proof. And let your actions rewrite your destiny. Ogmandino once said, I will persist until I succeed. Not I will try. Not I hope. I will persist. That is the language of a millionaire. And it must become yours. Persistence is not talent, it is decision, it is daily. It is when you say, this is mine, and I will not stop until I have it in my hands. The average mind gives up when it gets hard. The millionaire mind digs deeper, pushes through, because it understands something sacred. The dream is on the other side of exhaustion. The treasure is behind the last door. And most never make it there because they stop 3 feet from goal. Don't stop, don't you dare stop. Not until your mind reflects the millionaire you were born to become. Because here's the truth. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are. You must become it in thought, in word, in energy, in behavior, in belief, before it ever becomes your reality. Think rich, speak rich, move rich, give rich, live rich. The money is a mirror, but the mind is the mold. So sculpt it, shape it, fortify it, and watch the world bend to it. And now we come to the edge of everything you thought was possible. Right here, in this moment. You're standing between the life you've known and the one that's waiting to be claimed. Not earned, claimed. Because wealth isn't something earned only by hard labor. It's something claimed by clarity, demanded by belief, and backed by unshakable action. Every great builder of fortune knew this, that before the gold ever appeared, before the business scaled, before the investor said yes, they had already made the decision. A decision so loud, so absolute, that the universe itself had no choice but to respond. Wallace D. Wattles called it thinking in a certain way. He didn't mean wishful thinking. He meant knowing with unwavering certainty that you are the cause, not the effect, that your thoughts create substance, that your inner world reshapes the outer. But you must protect that knowing like a flame in the wind, because the moment you begin to rise, the world will try to pull you back. They'll say, be realistic. Don't get your hopes up. Just be grateful for what you have. But those aren't truths. They're traps designed to keep you small, to rob you of your birthright, to convince you that greatness is for others, not for you. And I tell you today, that is a lie. You were not born for mediocrity. You were not placed on this earth to get by. You were not designed to drift. You were designed to dominate, to expand, to multiply your gifts, to think thoughts so bold they make small minds uncomfortable. That is what it means to think like a millionaire. It is not about greed. It is not about status. It is about responsibility. You are responsible for the power you hold. You are responsible for your vision. You are responsible for becoming what your soul already knows you are. And that requires intensity, conviction, a fire in the chest that says, I will either succeed or I will die trying, but I will never go back to living like I did. That's the mindset of Tesla, of Disney, of Nightingale, of every mind that ever bent the world toward their vision. And that must be your mindset. You want to become a millionaire? Then begin to walk like one, talk like one, study like one, give like one, create like one, move like one. Not someday, today. Every word you speak it from the place of your future self. Every decision you make, ask yourself, is this aligned with the version of me who already made it? Because he or she is watching you. Your future self is watching every move you make. Asking silently, will they rise or retreat? And here's the secret. That future version of you, they don't live in the future. They already exist. Right now, inside of you, buried beneath the noise, the lies, the fear. You don't have to find them. You have to unleash them. Let go of the identity that says maybe. Let go of the version of you that doubts. Kill the small voice. Starve it with bold action, with new thoughts, with tenacity so raw it terrifies your comfort zone. Because the clock is ticking, and you are not here forever. One day your name will be spoken for the last time. Your story will end. And the only question that will remain is, did you rise? Did you live with purpose? Did you give everything you had to become everything you were meant to be? The world doesn't need more employees of fear. It needs warriors of vision, creators of destiny, architects of abundance. So, make the decision. Make it now. To think like a millionaire, to believe like a leader, to act like the future is already yours. Burn the bridge to average, torch the backup plan, declare it with your whole chest. I'm already wealthy in mind, and my reality is catching up. Because it is. And every thought you think from this day forward is either building your kingdom or burning it. So choose wisely, live boldly, and never forget. The riches of this world are not found in what you see. They are hidden in how you think. Think like a millionaire, and the world will kneel before your vision, because it always has, and it always will.
Important note. This is timeless and powerful wisdom that has influenced and improved the life of millions. Now that you have attracted it to your awareness, you must install it deep into your subconscious mind to experience a real change. Read the description below this video and choose the links among multiple options that will aid you in achieving the optimum results you seek. The journey to success is just one decision away. Thank you for listening and subscribing to Top Mindset Growth Channel.
Think bigger, act bolder, get richer. The formula no one taught you. There comes a moment in every human life when the walls of limitation begin to close in, when the ceiling of what society has taught us presses down so heavily that the soul itself begins to suffocate. That moment, whether it arrives in a cramped apartment staring at unpaid bills or in a corner office surrounded by hollow success, is the moment destiny whispers, "You were not meant for smallness. Think bigger, act bolder, get richer, not richer merely in coins or paper, but richer in spirit, richer in vision, richer in the great abundance that floods to the one who dares to master the formula no one ever truly teaches. Look around you. Cities rise, industries boom, wealth flows into the hands of those who once sat in the same despair you now know." Andrew Carnegie, a boy in a factory working for pennies, lifted himself into the stratosphere of fortune by refusing to think in terms of scarcity. Thomas Edison, a man considered unteachable by his school teachers, birthed an empire of light because his imagination refused to bow to the judgments of mediocrity. Henry Ford, mocked for his vision of a car for the common man, defied ridicule and built an empire so vast that the very landscape of civilization bent to his dream. These men did not stumble upon riches by accident. They obeyed an invisible formula, one hidden not in textbooks, not in institutions, but in the secret chambers of the mind. They dared to think bigger than their surroundings, to act bolder than their fears, and as a consequence, the world was forced to make them richer. The truth is stark and uncompromising. Poverty is not the absence of money. It is the absence of vision. Wealth is not the presence of gold. It is the presence of belief. What you hold in your pocket matters infinitely less than what you hold in your mind. And the difference between those who live chained to survival and those who ascend to abundance is this: one group surrenders to the environment, the other commands it. You are either the sculptor or the clay. The choice is yours. Do not imagine for a moment that greatness is reserved for the select few born with privilege. Rockefeller, at the dawn of his empire, was not draped in riches. He was clothed in hunger. Walt Disney, bankrupt and betrayed, sat in despair before a mouse named Mickey carried him into immortality. Helen Keller, deaf and blind, stripped of every ordinary advantage, still found her way into history's eternal memory by daring to live bolder than the circumstances written against her. What is their common thread? It is not luck. It is not chance. It is not the alignment of stars. It is the alignment of mind. For the universe is impartial. It cares nothing for your excuses. It bends not to your complaints. It bows only to the command of vision, crystallized into belief. Belief crystallized into action. Action repeated until the very laws of reality yield. Here, then, lies the formula no one ever taught you. What you dare to think, multiplied by the courage to act, compounded by persistence, explodes into wealth. But most men and women live as beggars at the banquet of life, clutching their fears as if they were treasures, defending their limitations as if they were sacred. They whisper to themselves that wealth is for others, that success belongs only to the chosen, and in so doing they choose their own chains. You cannot climb toward abundance while dragging the corpse of small thinking. You cannot ascend to greatness while shackled by timid action. You cannot expect riches to flow to you while your spirit radiates poverty. Think bigger, act bolder, get richer. Bigger thinking begins with the audacity to reject the evidence of your current circumstances. Einstein himself declared that imagination is more important than knowledge, for knowledge is bound by what is, while imagination points to what can be. To think bigger is to stand in the ruins of your present life and see the palace that has not yet been built. It is to look at your debts and see investments waiting to be multiplied. It is to gaze upon your failures and see only stepping stones. Bold action follows like a shadow. For thought without action is but a dream, and action without boldness is wasted motion. Ford did not merely dream of cars. He marched into the impossible and dismantled it. Edison did not simply imagine light. He scorched his way through thousands of failures until the world itself glowed. Churchill, when an empire quivered under the boots of tyranny, did not shrink. He thundered, "We shall never surrender." Boldness does not wait for permission. Boldness does not seek approval. Boldness acts while others hesitate, and it is this motion, this relentless, fearless movement, that unlocks doors the timid will never even see. And when bold action is multiplied, when it is repeated with the persistence of waves beating against the cliff, then wealth, true wealth, begins to pour. Not instantly, not without resistance, but inevitably. For the formula is law, and law does not fail. Yet here lies the warning. Those who attempt to cheat the formula, those who attempt to seize wealth without vision, without boldness, without persistence, find themselves hollow. History is filled with men who rose quickly but fell just as swiftly, for they built empires of sand instead of stone. Riches gained without purpose are chains in disguise. Riches born of bold thinking, purposeful action, and unshakable persistence are the foundation of legacies. Look again at Carnegie, who built not merely steel, but men of steel, funding libraries and institutions that outlived him. Look again at Rockefeller, who turned oil into an empire, but later poured wealth into healing and science. Look again at Walt Disney, whose fortune was not in dollars, but in imagination made eternal. They thought bigger than their peers, acted bolder than their enemies, and became richer than their critics could fathom. Not merely in money, but in influence, in legacy, in immortality. And now the formula turns to you. The stage is empty, the curtain waiting to rise, the world hungering for new visionaries. Will you shrink back into the shadows of doubt, or will you take your place among the immortals? The first step is not to ask, what do I have? But what can I imagine? The second is not to wait for certainty, but to move while others hesitate. The third is not to act once, but to persist until resistance itself bows in surrender. This is not a game. This is not philosophy written only for the page. This is the rhythm of creation, the very heartbeat of success, the law that governs the rise of every empire. It does not care if you doubt it. It does not wait for your approval. It simply waits for your obedience. Think bigger, act bolder, get richer. The formula no one taught you is now before you, and your only task is to apply it until the very fabric of reality bends to your will. Clarity is the lens through which bigger thinking becomes focused power. A man who thinks vaguely, who dreams in hazy outlines, builds castles that crumble like smoke. But the one who thinks with precision, who sharpens his vision until it cuts through every fog of doubt, summons forces that obey him like soldiers before a general. Andrew Carnegie once said that the men who have succeeded are those who chose a single purpose and pushed toward it with all their might. He did not scatter his energy in 1,000 directions. He funneled it into steel until even the earth itself seemed to harden under his will. I observed this truth in Think and Grow Rich. Definiteness of purpose is the starting point of all achievement. Without it, effort is wasted and dreams dissolve. Clarity is not a luxury. It is the oxygen of bold action. To move without, it is to wander. But to move with it is to advance like an army under divine command. What is it you want? Not in timid terms, not in borrowed desires, but in the blazing language of your own soul. What is the picture that sets your heart on fire? The vision that makes sleep impossible, the goal so clear it burns itself into your imagination like light on film. Until you answer this with raw honesty, you cannot act boldly. For boldness without direction is chaos. Once clarity is established, belief becomes the engine that drives it. Belief is the invisible currency of the universe. Men trade in dollars and contracts, but the greatest fortunes are transacted in faith. Henry Ford declared, "Whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right." In that simple phrase lies the essence of wealth and poverty. For belief does not merely color your perception. It commands your subconscious mind, and your subconscious mind is the true architect of your destiny. Maxwell Maltz, in his revolutionary work, Psycho-Cybernetics, revealed that the human mind is a goal-striving mechanism. It cannot distinguish between a vividly imagined picture and physical reality. Whatever you impress upon it, it seeks to bring forth. This is why the rich grow richer and the poor sink deeper into poverty. Not because the universe favors one and abandons the other, but because each impresses upon their subconscious the blueprint of their fate. The wealthy man thinks in terms of expansion, multiplication, creation, and his subconscious bends reality to fulfill those expectations. The impoverished man thinks in terms of lack, fear, limitation, and his subconscious faithfully manifests the scarcity he worships. Your subconscious does not care whether the seeds you plant are flowers or weeds. It only grows what you water. Consider Edison once more. When thousands of failed experiments stood between him and the light bulb, his conscious mind might have faltered, but his subconscious was imprinted with one unwavering image: light. He believed so deeply that he trained every fiber of his being to search relentlessly for the solution. That belief, that unshakable impression, called forth the resources, the ideas, and the persistence required until the world itself was illuminated. Belief is not weak hope. It is iron conviction. It is the voice that says, though 10,000 obstacles rise, I shall not turn back. It is the force that transforms visions into reality, that transmutes bold actions into empires. Without it, the formula collapses. With it, the impossible bows. But how does one build belief when surrounded by failure, debt, and disappointment? The answer lies in repetition. What you repeat daily becomes your truth. What you declare to yourself with persistence becomes etched upon the subconscious as law. Joseph Murphy, in The Power of Your Subconscious Mind, revealed that affirmations spoken with faith can rewire the very structure of your destiny. If, day after day, you declare, I am a magnet for wealth. I am a vessel of abundance. I am bold. I am unstoppable. The subconscious eventually accepts these as reality and works tirelessly to bring them into form. Repetition is the chisel with which you sculpt belief. And here lies the bridge. Clarity provides the picture, belief provides the power, and the subconscious mind becomes the workshop in which your destiny is constructed. But clarity and belief alone are not enough. They demand expression through bold action. Action is the proof of belief. Action is the ritual by which thought becomes matter. Walt Disney did not simply believe in Mickey Mouse. He built him into an empire, brick by brick, drawing after drawing, risk after risk. He mortgaged his life for his vision, and in so doing, belief hardened into reality. Bold action is not reckless. It is precise. It is deliberate. It is driven by clarity and fueled by faith. It is waking before dawn to labor for a vision the world cannot yet see. It is investing time, energy, and resources when others call you mad. It is speaking your dream aloud when others mock you into silence. Do not misunderstand. Bold action does not guarantee immediate success. No formula eliminates the seasons of struggle. But bold action guarantees progress, and progress guarantees eventual triumph. The timid wait for the right conditions, the bold create them. The timid seek certainty, the bold forge it. Alexander Graham Bell was ridiculed when he spoke of transmitting voices through wires. Yet he acted boldly, built prototypes, endured failure after failure, until the telephone transformed communication forever. Nikola Tesla, though misunderstood and often betrayed, dared to act on visions so vast they seemed like fantasy. His laboratories became temples of boldness, where the impossible was tested daily. The formula is eternal. Clarity of vision, belief rooted in the subconscious, bold action multiplied through persistence. Each feeds the other in a cycle of creation. Vision without belief dies of fantasy. Belief without action rots into delusion. Action without clarity wastes itself in chaos. But when the three converge, empires are born. Now understand this, the formula is neutral. It will work for wealth or it will work for ruin. If you are clear in your fear, if you believe in your failure, if you act daily in ways that sabotage your potential, you will become richly impoverished. Your life will be abundant in misery, overflowing with mediocrity. But if you're clear in your purpose, if you believe in your destiny, if you act boldly in harmony with that vision, you will become richly prosperous. Your life will overflow not only with money, but with meaning, influence, and power. The law cannot be broken. You can only break yourself against it. So the choice stands before you as it stood before every titan of history. Will you allow your thoughts to remain small, your actions timid, your life shackled? Or will you seize the formula, bend it into your service, and rise to the ranks of those who shaped civilization? It begins not tomorrow, not next year, but in this moment, with the thoughts you repeat daily, the beliefs you cultivate relentlessly, the actions you take boldly. For the future does not wait. It is being built right now in the silent corridors of your mind. Discipline is the bridge between bold desire and manifested wealth. Without it, the brightest vision fades into nothingness. Discipline is the unseen spine of greatness, the quiet strength that compels you to move when comfort whispers for you to stop. It is the force that binds your thoughts, beliefs, and actions into harmony long enough for results to bloom. The undisciplined dreamer is like a man planting seeds but watering them only when convenient. His garden grows wild with weeds. His harvest rots before it matures. But the disciplined visionary, who tends to his purpose daily, rain or shine, builds a fortune so certain that no drought of circumstances can kill it. Andrew Carnegie rose not simply because he imagined steel, but because he organized his life with unyielding discipline. He read voraciously, studied ceaselessly, worked tirelessly. When his competitors rested, he refined. When others surrendered to fatigue, he pushed forward. Discipline turned his hunger into empire. Consider Thomas Edison once more. Discipline chained him to his laboratory for days at a time. Eyes red, hands blistered, but will unbroken. Thousands of failed experiments would have destroyed the undisciplined mind. But Edison's discipline made him relentless until the night came when light itself bowed to his persistence. Discipline is love of your vision greater than love of your comfort. It is loyalty to your destiny greater than loyalty to your excuses. And it is discipline, not talent, that separates the conqueror from the conquered. Yet discipline alone is not enough. For no matter how disciplined, you will be tested. Life will strike you with setbacks, betrayal, loss, and failure. Wealth is never granted cheaply. It demands proof of your resilience. Resilience is the soul's refusal to die. It is the warrior rising again when the battlefield is littered with defeat. It is Abraham Lincoln, who lost election after election, failed in business, endured tragedy after tragedy, yet rose to become the savior of a divided nation. It is Winston Churchill, mocked, ignored, and cast aside, who returned in Britain's darkest hour to thunder words that lit the fires of courage across a trembling empire. Resilience is Walt Disney, bankrupt, ridiculed, betrayed by those he trusted, yet walking into another bank, another meeting, another attempt until Mickey Mouse danced his way into immortality. Understand this truth. Struggle is not your enemy. Struggle is the furnace in which the steel of your destiny is forged. Without the fire, you remain soft, brittle, and unready. But with the fire, your spirit hardens, your vision sharpens, your will becomes indestructible. Every fortune carries scars. Every empire is built upon ashes. The men and women we now revere were once broken, but they refused to remain so. Out of their wounds grew wisdom, and out of their wisdom grew wealth. If you run from struggle, you run from strength. If you curse your hardship, you curse your future. But if you embrace struggle as the training ground of greatness, you will find yourself equipped with weapons the timid will never know. Consider the story of Charles M. Schwab, the steel magnate who began as a humble stake driver. His path was not paved with privilege. It was marked by sweat, setbacks, and ceaseless labor, but he endured. He rose from obscure eyes because he did not flee from difficulty. He fed on it. He let it mold him into the kind of leader Carnegie himself trusted to run his empire. Resilience transforms pain into power. It takes every rejection and bends it into fuel. It takes every delay and stretches patience until it becomes a weapon. It takes every defeat and buries within it the seed of a comeback greater than the fall. Discipline and resilience are twin guardians of the formula. Discipline keeps you steady when the world offers distraction. Resilience lifts you when the world delivers devastation. Together, they form the shield that protects your vision until it is ready to manifest. But do not be deceived. Discipline is not punishment, and resilience is not suffering for its own sake. Both are instruments of wealth creation. Both exist to refine you into a vessel worthy of abundance. The man who resents discipline will forever chase fleeting pleasures, never tasting true success. The man who resists resilience will forever collapse under pressure, never building anything that lasts. And yet when these forces are embraced, something miraculous occurs. Gratitude. Gratitude is the alchemy that transforms discipline from drudgery into devotion and resilience from burden into blessing. Gratitude allows you to see the beauty in your struggle, the wisdom in your wounds, the purpose in your pain. It is gratitude that makes the wealthy truly rich, for without it, even vast fortunes turn to emptiness. Earl Nightingale, in his timeless teachings, reminded us that success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. Gratitude is what makes that progress joyful, not bitter. It keeps the heart light, the spirit humble, and the mind receptive to greater abundance. Gratitude for discipline allows you to endure routines others abandon. Gratitude for resilience allows you to embrace hardships others curse. Gratitude keeps you aligned with the frequency of abundance, for it is impossible to complain and prosper at the same time. And so, the formula sharpens once more. Clarity of vision, belief rooted in the subconscious, bold action, multiplied by discipline, tempered by resilience, crowned by gratitude. Look at your life now. Every challenge you face is not an obstacle. It is an invitation. Every delay is not denial. It is preparation. Every setback is not a grave. It is the soil in which your future triumph grows. You are not a victim of fate. You are a craftsman of destiny. The hammer in your hand is discipline. The anvil beneath you is resilience. The spark within you is gratitude. Strike hard, strike often, and watch as the raw metal of your life is beaten into gold. Think bigger, act bolder, get richer. The formula demands discipline. The formula demands resilience. The formula demands gratitude. And the moment you give these willingly, the universe itself opens its vaults. Adaptability is the hidden art of the wealthy. The rigid man breaks when storms strike, but the adaptable bends, shifts, and rises stronger than before. Life is not a straight path. It is a river of constant change. The fortune builders are those who learn to navigate its currents, adjusting sails when the winds shift, finding opportunity in disruption while others cling to the wreckage of the past. Charles Darwin declared that survival belongs not to the strongest, nor the most intelligent, but to the most adaptable. The same law governs wealth. Those who insist on doing things as they have always been done perish in irrelevance. Those who adapt, who see beyond the horizon, inherit the treasures of tomorrow. Consider Rockefeller. He did not cling to a single method. He adapted his strategies, reorganized his empire, anticipated shifts in the market, and as others collapsed, his wealth expanded. Consider Walt Disney. When animation alone was no longer enough, he adapted into theme parks, into television, into storytelling so vast that it redefined imagination itself. Adaptability is not betrayal of vision. It is the preservation of vision by adjusting the method. The oak that bends in the storm survives to tower another century. The oak that refuses to bend snaps into ruin. But adaptability alone is not sufficient. It must be rooted in what Wallace D. Wattles called the certain way, a consciousness of wealth, a vibration of abundance that attracts prosperity like a magnet. Wealth consciousness is not greed. It is alignment with the frequency of prosperity. It is thinking in terms of growth when others think in terms of loss. It is asking, how can this expand me? Instead of, why did this happen to me? It is living in expectation of abundance rather than in fear of poverty. James Allen declared, as a man thinketh, so is he. To cultivate wealth consciousness is to train every thought, every word, every emotion to radiate abundance. Poverty. Consciousness dwells in lack, repeats the mantra of not enough, and worships limitation until it becomes reality. Wealth consciousness dwells in possibility, repeats the mantra of more than enough, and worships expansion until it materializes. The wealthy are not simply those with riches. They are those who vibrate wealth, who think wealth, who live wealth, long before the fortune arrives. Their very presence radiates confidence, creativity, and abundance. They carry themselves as kings long before they wear crowns. Nikola Tesla once said, if you want to understand the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Wealth consciousness is exactly that. It is tuning your inner frequency to prosperity until every action, every opportunity, every connection vibrates in harmony with abundance. But beware, wealth consciousness is not wishful thinking. It demands action aligned with vision. It demands discipline anchored in resilience. It demands adaptability when the winds change. Wealth consciousness without action is fantasy. Action without wealth consciousness is struggle. But when the two merge, money flows as naturally as rivers to the sea. And here lies the climax of the formula, the final truth no one taught you. Wealth is not something you chase. It is something you become. Think bigger, and your mind expands into realms where possibilities live. Act bolder, and your movement commands the universe to respond. Get richer, not merely in coins, but in wisdom, in strength, in purpose, because you have become the kind of person wealth cannot resist. This is the secret the greats carried. Carnegie became wealth before he held wealth. Ford thought like an industrial emperor before he built his first factory. Edison believed himself a bringer of light before the first bulb glowed. Disney lived as the architect of dreams long before Disneyland's gates opened. They did not chase wealth, they attracted it because they became it. And so the formula no one taught you is not a secret outside yourself. It is a power within. The universe has no choice but to give riches to the man or woman who embodies them in thought, in word, in belief, in discipline, in resilience, in gratitude, in adaptability. The call now thunders to you. Who will you become? Will you remain as you are, thinking small, acting timid, living shackled to scarcity? Or will you rise, think bigger than your surroundings, act bolder than your fears, and get richer than your ancestors ever imagined? Your future does not begin tomorrow. It is being written in the thoughts you repeat today. Every thought is a command to the subconscious, every word a decree to your destiny, every action a seed in the soil of eternity. Do not wait for permission. Do not wait for certainty. Do not wait for the perfect conditions that never arrive. The formula is alive now, waiting for you to wield it. Dare to see clearly. Dare to believe ferociously. Dare to act boldly. Dare to persist with discipline. Dare to rise with resilience. Dare to adapt without fear. Dare to radiate gratitude until the universe itself vibrates with your song. For when you do, you will find yourself no longer chasing riches. Riches will be chasing you. You will no longer beg at the banquet of life. You will feast as a creator, a visionary, a master. Think bigger. Act bolder. Get richer. The formula no one taught you is now in your hands. The question is no longer, can you? The question is, will you? For the world is waiting, not for another timid soul to whisper excuses, but for you to rise, to command, to lead. And when you do, history itself will bend to remember your name. You must keep in mind the following. Repetition is the sculptor of your destiny. You will not become what you visualize once. You will become what you visualize consistently, daily, obsessively, until your brain starts adjusting your behaviors, your standards, your environment to match that inner self-image. That's not magic. That's biology. So listen this lesson again and again and again until it gets installed in your brain and in your subconscious mind, until you realize the results you seek.
This is timeless and powerful wisdom that has influenced and improved the life of millions. Now you must install it deep into your subconscious mind to experience real-life changes. Find in our channel's description the resources that will aid you in achieving the optimum results you seek.
You are one decision away from a life-changing transformation. There is a moment, a flicker in time, when everything changes. It doesn't come with thunder. It doesn't come with applause. It comes in silence, in the privacy of your own mind. When you decide, once and for all, that you will no longer be ruled by fear, by excuses, by the life that was handed to you instead of the one you were born to build. You are one decision away, one decision from drawing a line in the sand and saying, no more. No more waiting. No more wishing. No more blaming the world, the economy, your past, your pain. Because everything you need is already within you, and it always has been. But until now, it was dormant, buried under layers of doubt, distraction, and disillusion. But now you see it, now you feel it, that electric pull in your chest, the whisper that says, it's time. That whisper is destiny, and destiny doesn't shout. It waits for you to rise. It waits for you to choose. The man who built the light bulb, Thomas Edison, made over 1,000 attempts before success. Not failures, attempts. Every one of them a decision, every one of them a step closer to brilliance. What would have happened if he stopped at 999? That's the difference between the ordinary and the exceptional. One more try, one more refusal to quit, one more decision to move forward when everything inside you says, sit down and give up. This is the truth they don't teach in school, and you won't find in the noise of the world. Your transformation does not begin when you feel ready. It begins when you decide. And decision is not a thought. It's not a wish. It is a commitment born in fire. When Henry Ford said, I'm going to build a car the average man can afford, the world laughed. He didn't ask for their approval. He made a decision, and that decision built an empire. But understand this, a decision means nothing if it is not backed by belief, not hope. Belief. Hope is passive. Belief is power. Hope says, maybe. Belief says, watch me. You cannot transform a single cell of your reality without belief. And belief is not inherited. It's not handed to you by parents, teachers, or society. You build it like a fortress, brick by brick, with discipline, with pain, with faith in a vision that only you can see. Every titan you admire, from Carnegie to Disney, Oprah to Elon, they saw something before it was real. They didn't wait for the world to validate their dreams. They validated them with unwavering belief. The question is, will you? Will you believe in a version of yourself that hasn't shown up yet? Because that is the bridge from the man or woman you are to the one you're destined to become. And on the other side of that bridge is clarity. Clarity is a weapon. It cuts through fog, fear, and distraction. Without clarity, you will be busy but not effective, active but not alive. Clarity is knowing who you are, what you stand for, and where you are going, not in vague terms and vivid, soul-igniting detail. A man with clarity walks into a room differently. His presence speaks before he does, because clarity creates conviction, and conviction moves mountains. If you don't know where you're going, you'll follow anyone with a map. But when your vision is clear, when you've burned it into your mind so many times that it becomes part of your nervous system, nothing and no one can stop you. That's why vision matters. Not because it's motivational, because it's essential. Walt Disney was fired from a newspaper job because they said he lacked imagination. Imagine that. But he didn't let their vision of him become his. He held his own so tightly, so ferociously, that he turned a mouse into a kingdom. That's what vision does. It breathes life into the impossible. It turns laughter into legacy. But vision without purpose is like fire without oxygen. It dies. Purpose is the reason behind the reason. It is the why beneath the goal. You don't just want success, you want significance. You want to know that your life mattered, that your struggle meant something, that you left a mark not because of what you had, but because of who you became. Purpose is what wakes you up when your body says stay down. Purpose is what keeps you moving when no one is clapping. It is the sacred contract between your soul and your future. But even purpose, as powerful as it is, needs a guardian. And that guardian is discipline. Discipline is the bridge between intention and reality. It's not motivation. Motivation fades. Discipline stays. Discipline is doing what needs to be done, especially when you don't feel like it. It's showing up without applause. It's grinding in silence. It's reading when others party. Training while others sleep. Creating while others consume. Every great life was built on a foundation of discipline. Abraham Lincoln read books by candlelight while others rested. That was no accident. That was decision plus discipline equals destiny. If you want to transform, you must embrace the mundane. You must master the boring. Champions are not built in moments of glory. They are forged in hours of invisible, consistent work. You will not rise because you are gifted. You will rise because you are relentless. But here's the trap. Action without alignment will burn you out. Movement alone is not progress. So you must align your action with your vision, your belief, your purpose. When they are in harmony, action becomes effortless. Not easy, effortless. Because when your heart and your hands are moving in the same direction, momentum becomes your ally. And yet, the ones who win don't just act, they adapt. The world is not static, neither is success. You will be tested. Your plans will fail. People will let you down. The market will shift. The storm will come. And when it does, the question will not be, were you ready? The question will be, did you bend or break? Adaptability is the trait of titans. The oak tree that refuses to bend breaks in the wind. But the bamboo survives because it moves, adjusts, pivots, endures. If your plan crumbles, adapt. If your strategy fails, evolve. If the world says no, find another door. And if there is no door, build one. That is how transformation happens. Not once, but again and again and again. Every adaptation is a decision. Every decision is a seed. And the harvest of those seeds is resilience. Resilience is not the absence of pain. It is the decision to rise above it. It is the refusal to let suffering become identity. It is what makes a man bulletproof in a world that fires daily. You cannot be great and fragile. You cannot demand transformation and avoid tribulation. The fire you fear is the fire that forges. Remember this, diamonds are made under pressure. Steel is tempered by flame. And you are no different. You are not broken. You are becoming. But resilience without reflection is blindness. To grow, you must learn. Learning is not memorizing facts. It is evolving in response to truth. It's the discipline of humility, the courage to admit you don't know it all, that you've been wrong, that your ego has been in the way. Carnegie once said, as I grow older, I pay less attention to what men say. I just watch what they do. That is the mindset of a learner. The wise man doesn't speak to impress. He listens to improve. The world will teach you if you're humble enough to be taught. Failure is a teacher. Rejection is a teacher. Even betrayal is a teacher. But only if you stop asking, why me, and start asking, why, what now? The moment you stop learning is the moment you start dying. And every man who transformed, truly transformed, became a student of life first, a student of pain, a student of progress, a student of themselves. Because you cannot master the world until you master your mind. And here's what the mind resists most: stillness. But in stillness, you will discover your final weapon: gratitude. Not the kind you post about, not the kind you say at the dinner table once a year, but the kind that makes your heart throb with life. The kind that says, I am thankful now, not when I arrive, not when I succeed, not when I'm seen, but now. Because if you cannot appreciate the dirt, you do not deserve the crown. Gratitude turns survival into strength. It turns pressure into presence. It turns the small sacred things into fuel, the breath in your lungs, the fire in your belly, the fact that you woke up today with another shot, another chance to fight for the life you still have time to build. When you walk in gratitude, you stop competing. You start creating. You stop chasing what you lack, and you begin multiplying what you have. And in that space, where belief, clarity, purpose, discipline, and resilience meet with gratitude, you become unstoppable. You become something the world cannot define, cannot contain, cannot ignore. You become a force that builds where others break, a force that lifts where others sink, a force that inspires others to rise not by preaching, but by being, because your life becomes the sermon. Your work becomes the proof. Your results become the roar. And here's the most sacred truth of all. No one can give this to you, not your parents, not your friends, not your mentor, not even life itself. Only you. Only you can make the decision to say, it ends with me. The fear, the excuses, the playing small, I am done. Only you can draw the sword and declare that this is your time. You don't need more followers. You don't need more advice. You don't need one more sign from the universe. You need a decision. A single soul-born, spine-straightening decision that this is the moment you stop existing and start becoming. That decision will not make the path easy, but it will make it real. It will make it yours. And that, more than comfort, more than applause, more than ease, is what you came here for. You came here to evolve. You came here to lead. You came here to transform. And I'm telling you, with everything I have, you are one decision away from a life that will blow your own mind. Not someday, not when the time is right, not after things calm down. Now, right now. Because the world will not wait for your fear to subside. History will not pause for your hesitation. Your potential will not hold its breath for your perfection. You must decide, and then move, and then rise. One decision, one sacred, terrifying, unstoppable decision. The kind that alters the trajectory of generations, the kind that rewrites the script of your bloodline, the kind that turns a once forgotten name into a legend. So ask yourself, not tomorrow, not tonight, not after one more excuse, and ask yourself now, are you ready to decide? Because on the other side of that decision is the person you were meant to become. Not one day, but today, right here, right now. You must keep in mind the following. Repetition is the sculptor of your destiny. You will not become what you visualize once. You will become what you visualize consistently, daily, obsessively, until your brain starts adjusting your behaviors, your standards, your environment to match that inner self-image. That's not magic. That's biology. So listen this lesson again and again and again until it gets installed in your brain and in your subconscious mind, until you realize the results you seek. Discover the key wealth secrets to unlock your mind and attract money. There comes a moment in a man's life and when he looks around and realizes that nothing outside of him is going to change until something inside him does. That moment is sacred. It's the moment when excuses no longer offer shelter, when blaming the world, the government, the economy, or his past suddenly feels hollow. It's the moment when a man stands alone before the mirror of his mind and sees the truth. He has been the jailer of his own wealth. And the keys? They were never buried in Wall Street. They were never in the hands of his boss, his parents, or his luck. They were forged in thought. Every man who built empires, from Rockefeller to Ford, from Carnegie to Musk, they all began with nothing more than a mind. A mind that refused to accept poverty, as a permanent condition. A mind that declared, if wealth exists, I will have it, and I will have it by law, not by luck. You must understand this. Wealth is not a number. It is a spiritual current. It flows to those whose minds are tuned to the frequency of abundance, to those whose beliefs, thoughts, and emotions have been reprogrammed to receive it. You don't earn wealth like a wage. You allow it. You don't chase money. You align with it. And alignment begins in the mind's secret chamber, where few dare to venture, and even fewer dare to change. Now listen carefully, because this is the beginning of your transformation. The outer world is a mirror, and your bank account is reflecting the blueprint of your dominant thoughts. If you believe money's evil, you will subconsciously sabotage every opportunity to receive it. If you believe wealth is for them, not for you, your brain will make it true. If you walk through life thinking like a pauper while praying for prosperity, you are in mental conflict. And that conflict repels riches. Money cannot flow into the hands of a man who hates the rich, envies the successful, or despises wealth while secretly craving it. That is not a magnet, is a mental repellent. But here's the breakthrough. Beliefs are not fixed. They are programs written by repetition, by emotion, by conditioning, and they can be rewritten if you have the courage to challenge them. Do you think Edison waited for permission to invent light? Do you think Andrew Carnegie paused for someone to explain the rules of riches before he created an empire of steel? Number. They understood that wealth begins as a spiritual seed, planted in thought, watered by belief, and harvested by persistent, definite action. So ask yourself now, what thoughts have you been planting? What beliefs have you been watering? Have you been growing weeds or wealth? Because here's what they don't tell you in school. Your subconscious mind is a machine more powerful than any factory ever built. It runs 95% of your life. It controls your habits, your confidence, your perception of risk, your expectations, and most importantly, the ceiling of your financial life. And unless you reprogram it with intentional thought, it will replay the same broken story on loop. The story that says, I can't, I'm not smart enough, it's too late, money doesn't grow on trees, I'm just surviving. But what if I told you that story is a lie? What if I told you the man you think you are is just a shadow? A version programmed by fear, rejection, and scarcity. You were not born broke. You were not born with limits. You were conditioned to think small, taught to settle, persuaded to conform. But the truth is screaming inside you. It whispers in your quiet moments. It roars when you see others rising. And something inside you says, that should be me. Because it should. The mind, when properly directed, is the greatest wealth-attracting force in the universe. Not because of magic, but because thought precedes behavior. And behavior determines outcome. You don't get wealth. You become the kind of person to whom wealth naturally flows. You shape yourself in thought, in discipline, in vision, until the world can't help but reflect back the riches you've already accepted in your mind. Remember, the mind is always creating. You are always manifesting something. The only question is, are you manifesting deliberately or by default? Henry Ford once said, whether you think you can or think you can't, you're right. He understood. He knew that belief is the gatekeeper to all achievement. He knew that wealth is not built on tools or trades. It is built on thinking of the highest order. Let me ask you something dangerous. What would happen if you removed the mental walls you've placed around money? What if you erased every false belief about what you deserve? What if you believed, with absolute conviction, that you are meant for financial greatness? Because that belief would change how you walk, how you speak, how you work, how you respond to failure. A poor man chases dollars. A rich mind attracts them. A poor man begs for opportunity. A wealthy mind creates it. A poor man waits for conditions to be perfect. A rich mind begins now. When Walt Disney went bankrupt, he didn't quit. He redrew the dream again and again until the world caught up to his vision. Because vision is wealth in embryo, and clarity of purpose is its heartbeat. So I'll tell you this with fire in my voice. You must see yourself wealthy before the world ever will. You must believe you are worthy long before the evidence shows up, because the mind cannot attract what the heart rejects. If you want to unlock the gates of wealth, you must become the kind of person who guards his thoughts like treasure, who feeds his subconscious with affirmations so bold they make fear tremble. You must meditate on abundance until lack becomes a foreign language. You must surround yourself with ideas, with mentors, with books, not just for information, but for transformation. Read Waddles, read Murphy, read Hahnel. Don't just study their words, absorb their certainty. Because they all have written in books the knowledge and wisdom you need. Thought is the origin of wealth. Belief is its fuel. Purpose is its compass. Action is its engine. And gratitude. Gratitude is the magnet. Now listen closely, because this is the moment. The world shifts for you. There is no future version of you who suddenly has it all figured out. There is only this moment, this decision to change how you think, to reclaim the power you've given to fear, to doubt, to circumstance. You were not made to live paycheck to paycheck. You were not created to beg for opportunity. You are not here to admire wealth from a distance. You are here to master it from the inside out. And that mastery begins with a simple, radical truth. The mind that created your current reality is not the mind that will build your empire. You must build a new mind, not with hope, not with hype, but with discipline, clarity, and conviction. Because money follows the man who knows where he's going and refuses to quit until he arrives. Then stand tall in your soul, because this is where the fire begins to rise. You want wealth? You want success that roars like thunder through your name and legacy? Then you must become a man of purpose, unshakable, untouchable, unwavering. The reason most never build lasting wealth isn't because they lack talent or resources. It's because they drift through life like a ship without a rudder. They wake up, check the news, live someone else's agenda, react to life instead of commanding it. But purpose is a blade that cuts through the noise. It tells the universe, this is where I'm going. This is who I'm becoming. And nothing will pull me from that course. Andrew Carnegie didn't rise from poverty to become the wealthiest man of his era by chance. He had a definite chief aim, a burning desire backed by faith, clarity, and iron will. He didn't ask if he would succeed. He declared it. He bent the world to match the image in his mind, and so must you. If your purpose is vague, your wealth will be vague. If your purpose is weak, your income will be weak. If your purpose can be shaken by opinion or rejection, then you were never serious to begin with. You must wake up with fire in your belly. You must command each morning as if the world is waiting for your signal. You must build habits that scream to your subconscious, I am no longer available for mediocrity. Because purpose without discipline is like a loaded cannon with no aim. Dangerous, but wasted. Discipline, that's the difference between the man who wishes and the man who builds. Discipline is the silent architect of empires. It's the man who writes while others sleep. It's the woman who studies while others watch TV. It's the soul who trains the mind to obey, no matter how loud the excuses scream. When Tesla slept only 2 hours a night so he could devote his time to thought, when Edison burned through 10,000 failures before birthing the light bulb, when Lincoln read by candlelight in a log cabin because poverty couldn't stop his mission. That was discipline powered by divine purpose. You say you want money, but not do your actions reflect that desire? Do you have a clear written goal? Do you set aside hours, not minutes, for your craft, your growth, your financial education? Do you track your behavior the way a commander studies the battlefield? Because money doesn't respond to fantasy. It responds to focus. There's no secret to wealth that can bypass the iron law of work. You can chant affirmations all day long, but if you don't move your feet, your mind will call you a liar. Because the subconscious doesn't respond to words. It responds to repetition and congruence. If your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions are not aligned, you will repel wealth faster than you can imagine. You must be congruent. Your vision must speak through your body. Your belief must show up in your habits. Your desire must be visible in your discipline. There is no substitute for doing the work. Do you know why so many never break through? Because they stop when it gets hard. They start with fire. But as soon as the storms come, and they always do, they retreat. But wealth is not built in the calm. It is built in the storm, when the world throws chaos at you and you still show up. When the business fails and you build another. When the deal falls through and you keep knocking. When no one believes in you and you bet on yourself anyway. That is where wealth is made. Not on spreadsheets, not in chance meetings, but in the trenches of relentless action. Earl Nightingale called success the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. And that progress is earned, inch by inch, decision by decision, day after day. Action is the bridge between the unseen and the seen. It is what turns vision into income. It is what transforms ideas into assets. But listen carefully. It's not just any action. It must be intelligent, consistent, and purpose-driven. The man who labors endlessly without direction is just as broke as the one who does nothing at all. So move with intention, study your field, know your numbers, ask yourself daily, is this task moving me closer to wealth, or am I simply staying busy to avoid the real work? Because real work often begins in the places we avoid, in the difficult conversations, in the uncomfortable skills we must learn, in the confrontation with our laziness and distraction. But if you can master the discipline of directed effort, if you can work while others whine, build while others binge, stay focused while the world is seduced by mediocrity, then you will rise. You will separate from the crowd. You will ascend into the 1%, not because of luck, but because you dared to do what most won't. And when you add gratitude to that formula, when you combine intense action with a heart that gives thanks for what already is, then you've tapped into one of the greatest wealth secrets ever known. Because gratitude is the attitude that multiplies. It shifts your frequency. It tunes your mind to what's working, not what's missing. A man who complains about his circumstances cannot attract better ones. But a man who honors every dollar as sacred will open the gates to more. Not because money has emotions, but because your subconscious does. And when your subconscious sees you cherish what you have, it will expand your capacity to receive. That's why Wallace D. Wattles said, "The grateful mind is constantly fixed upon the best. Therefore, it tends to become the best. It takes the form or character of the best and will receive the best." Gratitude is not passive. It is magnetic. When you wake up thankful, you are commanding the mind to look for abundance. When you give thanks before the goal is reached, you are telling the universe, "I believe, I expect, I am aligned." An expectation is a force of creation. This is what the wealthy know. They don't wait to feel rich. They act rich. They don't hope for better days. They create them. They don't just read books. They embody the principles. They train the subconscious to accept nothing less than excellence. And that training rewires every cell in their body for success. And still, you must be tested. Because life will demand your transformation before it hands you the treasure. You will face adversity not once, but again and again. You will be knocked down, misunderstood, ridiculed, betrayed. You will see others take shortcuts and win, and wonder why your path is longer, darker, lonelier. But here's the truth. Resilience is the price of admission to greatness. The gold you seek is buried behind the doors of your endurance, behind the walls you haven't yet broken, behind the days you wanted to quit but didn't. When Henry Ford's first 2 companies failed, he didn't curse the world. He refined his vision. When Walt Disney was fired for lacking imagination, he didn't shrink. He built a kingdom of it. When Abraham Lincoln lost election after election, he didn't surrender. He stood taller until the presidency bowed before his persistence. You think these men were lucky? You think wealth just walked through their door uninvited? No, they outlasted the struggle. They absorbed every blow and chose to rise anyway. Resilience is not just bouncing back. It's evolving forward. It's saying, "I've been tested, but I am not broken. I am forged." You cannot become wealthy without becoming someone worthy of wealth. You must become the vessel. You must become the magnet. You must become the identity that holds prosperity without fear, guilt, or sabotage. And for that, you must be adaptable. The world will shift. Technology will disrupt. Markets will crash. Trends will flip upside down. But the man who clings to old ways in a new world will be buried by his own stubbornness. Adaptability is the wisdom to change without losing direction. It's the knowing that principles never shift, But methods must evolve. It's the humility to learn, unlearn, and relearn faster than the game itself changes. You must not be rigid. You must be fluid with force. When Thomas Edison's factory burned to the ground, he said, "Thank God all our mistakes were burned up. Now we can start again, fresh." That's not just optimism, that's adaptability married to faith. Because wealth doesn't belong to the smartest or the strongest. It belongs to the most flexible, to the soul who can adjust the sails without losing sight of the destination. And that destination is wealth alignment. True wealth begins long before the money arrives. It begins the moment your identity shifts. Most people don't attract money because they haven't become mentally wealthy. They speak like beggars. They think like victims. They plan like employees. But wealth requires a conscious reprogramming. You must upgrade the software running your life. And that software is your subconscious mind. You must feed it new language. You must declare daily that money flows to you with purpose. You must see yourself as a creator, not a consumer. As an investor, not a gambler. As a master of value, not a servant of scarcity. Because your outer wealth will always reflect your inner blueprint. If you see money as evil, you'll repel it. If you see wealth as for other people, you'll sabotage your growth. If you believe success demands sacrifice without reward, you'll burn out before you arrive. But if you believe, truly believe, that money is a divine tool, that it amplifies who you already are, that it allows you to serve, build, uplift, and bless this world, then the world will conspire in your favor. Because belief backed by aligned action becomes attraction. You don't chase wealth. You embody it. You become a frequency. You vibrate at a higher level. You attract ideas, partnerships, timing, and opportunities that were previously invisible. That's not magic. It's mental positioning. Your mind is a broadcast tower. It sends and receives energy, signals, impressions, emotions. And when you tune your frequency to abundance, scarcity can no longer survive. It dies in the light of your belief. You begin to speak differently, walk differently, decide differently. You no longer ask, "Can I afford this?" You ask, "How can I create the means to own it?" You no longer say, "I hope this works." You declare, "It will work because I will not stop until it does." You no longer measure wealth in dollars alone. You measure it in time, freedom, peace, and impact. And that is when the true riches appear. Because the greatest wealth isn't just income. It's the internal state of certainty, clarity, and calm that no recession, no failure, no betrayal can take away. That's wealth you can take into every business, every room, every moment of your life. And here's the final secret. Etched in the fabric of every great leader, inventor, and titan who ever lived, you must become obsessed with learning. Because knowledge is the seed of wealth, not information. Applied understanding. Joseph Murphy once said, "You can build radiant health, success, and happiness by the thoughts you think in the hidden studio of your mind. But that studio needs fresh materials. It needs new paradigms, fresh perspectives, higher mentors. Read daily, study the greats, write your insights, reflect, apply, refine. The man who feeds his mind starves his doubts. The man who seeks wisdom multiplies his wealth." This is the golden chain that links all wealth secrets together. Mindset births belief. Belief fuels clarity. Clarity demands vision. Vision forges purpose. Purpose builds discipline. Discipline activates action. Action expands gratitude. Gratitude deepens resilience. Resilience unlocks adaptability. Adaptability sharpens learning. Learning leads to wealth. And wealth becomes your new reality. Not as a number, not as a status symbol, but as a reflection of who you have become. And now we arrive at the summit. The final breath before the mountain reveals its crown, the silence before the symphony explodes, the moment when you realize everything you seek has been inside you all along. Not in the banks, not in the markets, not in the jobs or deals or contracts, inside you, in your thoughts, in your will, in the fire you dare to ignite. The world will offer you distractions. It will tempt you with comfort. It will whisper seductions of just enough, maybe someday, but be realistic. But you were not born for the ordinary. You were born to command, to create, to lead, to rise. You were not placed on this earth to merely survive. You were planted here to thrive, to become a steward of wealth so profound it elevates everyone around you. You are not here to beg for crumbs. You are here to build tables. And that power, that force, that divine blueprint of abundance is already encoded into your being. The only question is, will you awaken it? Because the world is not waiting for another follower. It's waiting for a soul so aligned, so certain, so deeply convicted that it cannot help but shift gravity in their favor. Look in the mirror. That face you see? That is the architect of your wealth. That is the gatekeeper of your riches. That is the only person who can command the life you dream of into existence. Not tomorrow. Not next year. Now is when you choose. Now is when you step forward. Now is when you stop blaming, stop waiting, stop hesitating. Because every delay costs you more than money. It costs you momentum, confidence, and belief. You cannot buy time back, but you can own it from this day forward. So declare it right now. This is your turning point. Say it out loud. I am the master of my wealth. I am the cause of my results. I am the source of unlimited abundance. Say it until your bones believe it. Say it until every cell in your body rises with energy. Say it until doubt dies in the face of your declaration. You are no longer available for lack. You are no longer tolerating limitation. You are no longer negotiating with fear because you have seen the code. You have heard the ancient rhythm of wealth that built empires. You have remembered the secrets of Carnegie, of Disney, of Ford, of Nightingale. And you have chosen to carry their torch, not in imitation, but in elevation. You have become your own force, your own movement, your own revolution. From this moment forward, your mind is your vault. Your thoughts are your currency. Your belief is your investment. And your action is your income. Every second you operate in alignment, the universe aligns with you. Every time you act in faith, doors open the logic can't explain. Every time you give from overflow, you multiply your wealth tenfold. Because the law of circulation is real. The law of attraction is real. The law of cause and effect is unbreakable. And now, you're no longer just aware of them. You are living them. You are now a man who speaks prosperity and breathes purpose. A woman who walks in certainty and radiates power. A leader who leaves a legacy of abundance, not just in dollars, but in destiny. And for those who still doubt, let them watch you rise. Let them witness the transformation they never saw coming. Let them see you become a lighthouse for those still lost in fog. Because you remembered what most forget. That money is never the goal. It is the evidence. Evidence that you had the courage to think bigger, the faith to act stronger, the vision to see farther, and the heart to serve deeper. This is your calling. You are no longer seeking wealth. You are becoming it. So go. Building lead. Rise. Unlock your mind. Attract your riches. And live the life that was already written in your soul. This is your time. And you are unstoppable. You must keep in mind the following. Repetition is the sculptor of your destiny. You will not become what you visualize once. You will become what you visualize consistently, daily, obsessively, until your brain starts adjusting your behaviors, your standards, your environment to match that inner self-image. That's not magic. That's biology. So listen this lesson again and again and again until it gets installed in your brain and in your subconscious mind, until you realize the results you seek. How to reprogram your mind to attract unlimited riches and wealth. They told you that money was the root of all evil. They conditioned you to believe that wanting more was selfish, that dreaming big was unrealistic, and that riches were reserved for a select few, not for people like you. They never told you the truth. That wealth is not found in your bank account, but in your belief system. That abundance is not created by the grind alone, but by the frequency you vibrate at. That every fortune, every kingdom, every empire ever built began in the invisible realm, in thought. You've been living with a mind that was programmed by fear, programmed by limitation, programmed by people who settled, and needed you to settle too so they could feel safe. But the mind is not concrete. It is software, and software can be rewritten. Today is not just another day. Today is a spiritual declaration of war, a war on poverty thinking, on scarcity programming, on smallness. Because wealth, in its purest form, is the external manifestation of internal expansion. To attract unlimited riches, You must first break the chains around your own subconscious beliefs, the ones passed down through bloodlines that never broke the cycle, the ones enforced by teachers who never left the classroom of mediocrity, the ones whispered by a society that needs you compliant, broke, and numb. But you are different. You feel it, don't you? That stirring in your soul, that ache in your chest, that quiet voice that refuses to die, that voice is not naive. It is ancient. It is the voice that once whispered to Edison in the dark, "Shall I?" Others laughed. The voice that told Ford he could build a car for the masses when the world only knew horses. The same voice that guided Carnegie, that awakened Rockefeller, that visited Disney in a jail cell of self-doubt and handed him a vision bigger than logic could hold. That voice is speaking to you now. But first you must unlearn. You must unlearn the gospel of limitation, unlearn the rules written by the fearful, unlearn the lie that success is for someone else. Because your mind, your beautiful, powerful, programmable mind, is the soil, and your thoughts are the seeds. What you plant with emotion, repetition, and belief will grow. This is not mysticism. This is biology. This is physics. This is how every multimillionaire, every billionaire, every groundbreaker in history has done it, by mastering the laboratory between their ears. Your brain is the transmitter. Your emotions are the signal. Your beliefs are the compass. And wealth is the natural byproduct of tuning into the right frequency. So let me ask you, what are you broadcasting? What messages are you sending to the universe, to your subconscious, to the people around you? Because if you are broadcasting fear, you will attract reasons to be afraid. If you are broadcasting doubt, you will find evidence that you are not enough. If you are broadcasting lack, you will live in lack, no matter how much money passes through your hands. But if you just begin, to reprogram the way you think, the way you speak, the way you feel when you imagine your future, you will shift the axis of your reality. See, the wealthy don't chase money. They attract it. And they attract it because they have taught their minds to expect it. They have trained themselves to believe that riches are their birthright. Not through arrogance, but through alignment. They understand that riches do not arrive because of hope. They arrive because of clarity, intensity, and unwavering belief. So now we talk about belief, the soil in which all wealth is grown. Belief is not just a thought, it is a command, a self-issued prophecy. It is what is called a burning desire backed by faith. And faith, my friend, is not blind. Faith is not soft. Faith is the strongest weapon in the arsenal of the rich. Faith is when all hell breaks loose around you and you still walk like you own the damn mountain. No empire has ever been built without belief. Andrew Carnegie believed he would become the wealthiest man in the world before he had a dollar to his name. Walt Disney was fired for lacking imagination studies, but belief made him immortal. Oprah Winfrey was told she didn't have the face for television, but belief made her a global force. What do you believe about you? Because until you believe in your power, your vision, your right to prosper, you will unconsciously sabotage every opportunity that knocks at your door. The enemy's not the economy. The enemy's not your past. The enemy's the programming that tells you that your value is capped, that your destiny is fixed, that your ceiling cannot be broken. But belief is the hammer. Belief shatters glass ceilings. Belief writes checks before there's money in the bank. Belief wakes up early, walks into the fire, and doesn't flinch because it knows what's coming. But belief without clarity is a storm without direction. You must define your riches. You must be specific. The universe, your subconscious, your mind, they do not respond to vague. They respond to vision. Clear, bold, electrified vision. What does your wealthy life look like? Can you feel it? Can you walk through it in your imagination? Can you touch the steering wheel of the car? Hear the ocean outside the villa? Smell the ink on the contracts? Feel the joy in giving freely, generously? This is not daydreaming. This is architecture. This is how the mind is reprogrammed. Through repetition, clarity, and vivid emotional imprinting. The people who live extraordinary lives are not lucky. They are deliberate. They write their future in detail. They hold it in their mind until the universe has no choice but to catch up. You must do the same. Because if you don't give your mind a clear destination, it will return to the past. It will pull from old files, poverty, lack, guilt, shame. And you will relive yesterday's struggle in tomorrow's opportunities. So sit in the stillness and ask, what does wealth mean to me? Not just the numbers, but the feeling, the lifestyle, the impact, the legacy, the version of yourself that is free, say, not just from bills, but from fear. Once you define it, you must feel it, not one day, not someday. Now you must feel rich before the world agrees with you. That is the secret. You must become the frequency of the thing you desire before it arrives. Because riches do not come to the needy, they come to the ready. And readiness is a mental state, not a financial one. Riches come to the mind that is already living in abundance, not the mind that is begging, waiting, or hoping for a miracle. You don't beg for sunlight. You simply walk into it. You don't plead for oxygen. You breathe it in. The same goes for wealth. You align and you receive. But alignment is not passive. It is work. It is discipline of thought. It is mastery over self-talk. It is vigilance over what you allow to enter your mental kingdom. You must become the gatekeeper. No more letting old stories rent space in your palace. No more hosting pity parties for your limitations. No more speaking poverty with your mouth while praying for abundance with your heart. Words are not just noise. They are code. They carry intention. They shape reality. When you say, I can't afford that, your subconscious nods and says, understood. You are not someone who has. When you say, I always struggle with money, your brain turns it into a script and runs it on repeat. But when you shift your language, even before you see the evidence, you begin the reprogramming. You speak as if. You walk as if. You decide as if you were already rich, not with arrogance, but with certainty. That's the key. Certainty. Not the certainty of ego, but the certainty of principle. You become certain that wealth is yours because you understand it is governed by law, not luck. You understand that thoughts are magnets, that emotion is the fuel, that repetition is the rewiring mechanism of the brain, that action, bold, unapologetic, aligned action, is the bridge from vision to manifestation. You must act, because the mind is not only reprogrammed in stillness, it is reprogrammed in motion. You don't think your way to riches. You act your way into alignment. The vision must be married to movement, and movement must be married to purpose. Now let's talk about purpose, the hidden currency behind every fortune. Purpose is the engine. It is what transforms effort into momentum. It is what keeps the fire lit when the results haven't shown up yet. It's what gave men like Edison the will to fail 10,000 times and still rise like it was the first attempt. It's what made Carnegie build empires not just for steel, but for legacy. Purpose is why some scratch and claw for survival, while others rise like they were born for greatness, because they were. You don't attract riches for the sake of having them. You attract them because they are the tools of your purpose. And when you align your mission with your gifts, with your values, with your highest truth, the world makes room for your wealth. Purpose-backed wealth is unshakable because it's not just about money. It's about meaning. And meaning multiplies power. So what is your purpose? Not the one you think sounds good, not the one society sold you, but the one that haunts you when you're alone, the one that excites and terrifies you, the one that if you followed it relentlessly would elevate the lives of millions and make you rich in every possible way. Find it, name it, feed it, and then build your discipline around it. Discipline is how wealth becomes permanent. Without it, you become a one-hit wonder. With it, you become unstoppable. Discipline is not restriction. It is liberation from chaos. It is the structure that allows your brilliance to shine without distraction. Every wealthy mind has a fortress of discipline around it. They don't wake up and see how they feel. They wake up and command the day. They don't scroll through noise. They feed their minds like athletes feed their bodies, with precision and purpose. You must become a disciplined steward of your time, your thoughts, your habits, and your energy. That is how the rich stay rich and how the poor stay poor. Poor minds chase dopamine. Rich minds chase destiny. Every choice is a vote for the future you, a vote for wealth or poverty, a vote for power or passivity. So, vote with your habits. Vote with your morning rituals. Vote with your calendar. Vote with the people you allow into your mental space. Because you become what you are most consistently exposed to. You must surround yourself with greatness, mentally, emotionally, energetically. And if you can't find that circle in the physical yet, build it in your imagination. Napoleon Hill spoke of the invisible counselors, an imagined table of advisors, including Lincoln, Edison, and Napoleon. He met with them each night in his mind, studied their traits, absorbed their character, and let their genius seep into his subconscious. That is the power of mental association. If you want to attract riches, begin associating with the rich, even if only in your imagination. Study their words, watch their movements, embody their psychology. Because what you immerse yourself in becomes you. This is not mimicry. This is mental conditioning. And conditioning is how your nervous system begins to expect more rather than shrink at the sight of wealth. But as you rise, you must also practice gratitude. Gratitude is the energetic glue that binds it all together. Without gratitude, riches become a prison. With gratitude, every dollar feels divine. Gratitude shifts your attention from what's missing to what's moving. It raises your frequency. It reorients your subconscious to seek expansion instead of lack. And most importantly, it ensures you never forget where the real power comes from, within. Be grateful for the vision, even if it hasn't arrived yet. Be grateful for the lessons, especially the hard ones. Be grateful for the contrast, because it taught you what you truly desire. Gratitude is not passivity. It's power. It's wealth consciousness in its purest form, because a grateful mind is an open mind. And an open mind is a fertile field for the seeds of wealth to take root and multiply. So as you reprogram your mind, as you choose new beliefs, as you imagine your future and walk in alignment with it, anchor it all in the deep, humbling, electrifying force of thankfulness. Thankfulness that you are waking up, that you are breaking the chains. You are not here by accident. You did not stumble upon the Mr. You were called to this moment, summoned by a higher version of yourself that refuses to die quietly. And now that version is waking up inside you, not as a whisper, but as a roar. Because there comes a time in every person's life when they must choose to remain asleep in the comfort of limitation, or to rise with trembling hands, maybe, but to rise nonetheless and claim the riches that were always waiting on the other side of belief. And if you are still here, still listening, still breathing in these words like oxygen, then you already made your choice. Now it's time to embrace the next trait of every wealthy mind, resilience. Because once you begin to reprogram your mind, once you start moving toward wealth with clarity and purpose, life will test you. Not because it wants you to fail, but because it wants to know if you're serious. Every setback, every delay, every obstacle is the world asking, are you ready for the next level? And your answer must be yes, even when the evidence says otherwise. Think of Abraham Lincoln. He lost elections. He lost children. He lost business after business. But he never lost faith. He was forged in the fires of adversity. And that's why his legacy still echoes centuries later. Or Thomas Edison, who failed by some counts over 10,000 times. But was it failure, or was it preparation? You see, the poor mind interprets resistance as rejection. The rich mind interprets resistance as refinement. It is not the lack of struggle that makes you rich. It is how you show up in the struggle. Every challenge is a sculptor, chiseling away your weakness, refining your clarity, tempering your resolve. Do not run from it. Stand in it. Face it with eyes wide open and declare, this is the price I pay for power, and I pay it gladly. Because the truth is, wealth is not for the fragile. It is for those who refuse to quit, who learn from every misstep, who rise smarter, harder, hungrier. That's the next step in reprogramming. Learning. Constant, obsessive, never-ending learning. You cannot afford to treat your mind like a storage unit. It must be a laboratory, alive, evolving, experimental. Read the biographies of the greats. Study their thought processes. Reverse engineer their decisions. Immerse yourself in wealth psychology until it feels like your native language. Because success leaves clues, but only those who train their eyes can see them. The poor mind says, I already know. The rich mind says, what else can I learn today that will expand me? Learning is the mental gym of the wealthy, and repetition is the personal trainer. You must repeat your affirmations. Repeat your visualizations. Repeat your actions. Not until you're tired of them, but until they're encoded into your identity. That's how the mind gets reprogrammed. Not through one moment of inspiration, but through daily deliberate immersion in wealth-conscious patterns of thought and behavior. Eventually, it becomes automatic. You stop fighting your old programming because it's not there anymore. You replaced it. You stop wondering if wealth will come because it's already arriving. You feel it. You see the signs. You are different. And because of that, your world begins to rearrange itself around your new inner state. And then something powerful happens. You begin to attract not just money, but opportunities, people, ideas. Doors swing open where once there were only walls. Connections click like a divine orchestration. And you know deep in your soul that it was never about luck. It was alignment. You aligned your thoughts. You aligned your actions. You aligned your emotions, your energy, your identity. And in that alignment, wealth flows. Not in trickles, but in waves. Not as a visitor, but as a resident. You're not chasing anymore. You're magnetizing. This is the ultimate state, the culmination of all the work. And it's here that you must protect your mind with even greater intensity, because success can make you complacent. And complacency is the silent killer of abundance. You must stay sharp, stay hungry, stay committed to the principles that brought you here, because wealth is not a destination. It is a dynamic state of being. And just like a flame, it must be fed. Fed with vision, fed with purpose, fed with action, fed with discipline, fed with gratitude, fed with the unwavering belief that you are a powerful co-creator of reality. This is how you reprogram your mind. Not in a weekend, not in a seminar, but in the furnace of daily choice. You do not dabble in this. You devote. You rise early. You speak powerfully. You walk purposefully. You think intentionally. You give generously. You move like you were born to build legacies, because you were. You were not born to struggle endlessly. You were not born to apologize for wanting more. You were not born to play small so others could feel comfortable. You were born to rise, to lead, to prosper, to inspire. Your wealth is not just for you. It is for the people watching you, the people who will follow your lead, the people who will break their own chains because they saw you do it first. This is a ripple effect, a revolution, and it begins in your mind. You must now decide. Will you return to the old programming, the small thinking, the fear, the excuses, or will you walk forward, eyes open, shoulders back, into the life that's already been waiting for you? Because the truth is, you were always wealthy. Long before the dollar showed up, long before the status, long before the applause. You were wealthy the moment you stopped borrowing your identity from the world and reclaimed your power from within. You were wealthy the moment you said, no more living on default, no more autopilot, no more average. You were wealthy the moment your thoughts shifted from scarcity to sufficiency, from desperation to direction, from hoping to knowing, knowing that the only thing standing between you and unlimited riches was you, not your past, not your parents, not the economy, you. And that's the most empowering truth you'll ever encounter. Because if you created the old program, you can write the new one. You can uninstall the beliefs that told you money is evil and replace them with the truth. Money is a mirror. It reflects who you are being. If you are being courageous, focused, faithful, driven, generous, money comes to you like a river drawn to gravity because it recognizes you. It recognizes itself in you. You are no longer waiting for the conditions to be perfect. You are no longer asking permission. You are no longer pretending to be smaller than your soul knows you are. You are now stepping into the rarest of mindsets, the 1% of the 1%, the wealth attractor mind. This is the mind that takes full responsibility, the mind that chooses wealth again and again, no matter what it looks like today. The mind that knows the vision will outlive the circumstances. The mind that has already received even before the evidence appears. You will start to notice something strange, beautiful, and undeniable. Synchronicities. People showing up at the right moment. Ideas dropping into your mind like divine whispers. Doors opening with no explanation. Clients reaching out. Mentors arriving. Opportunities unfolding so fast it almost feels surreal. But it's not magic. It's alignment. It's the law returning to you what you have demanded with faith backed by discipline, driven by purpose. You are no longer just working hard. You are working in harmony with universal principles. That's when wealth flows with velocity, because the river no longer meets resistance. You've cleared the debris of fear and self-doubt. You've broken the dam of procrastination. And now, the floodgates open. And as it flows, you expand. Not just in bank accounts, but in soul. Not just in possessions, but in perspective. You begin to see money for what it truly is. A tool, a magnifier, a force for good in the hands of the awakened. You begin to use your wealth to build, to bless, to create, to elevate. You reinvest it into your dreams. You multiply it with intention. You pour it back into the lives of those you're meant to uplift. Because true wealth is not accumulation. It is circulation. It is not about what you can get. It's about what you can give without ever fearing lack again. Because you know, whatever you give returns multiplied. Whatever you release returns in waves. That is the rhythm of the wealthy mind. It gives, it grows, it glows. It walks into every room with an energy that says, I am not chasing anything. I am attracting everything that's already mine. And now, so are you. So here is the final truth. You don't need more time. You don't need to be more ready. You don't need to wait for another sign. This is the sign. This is the awakening. This is the breaking of chains. This is the day your old identity dies and your new destiny begins. The person you were yesterday is gone. The one you were pretending to be erased. The struggle you thought was permanent, dissolved. From this moment forward, you no longer think like the poor. You no longer act like the afraid. You no longer speak like the doubter. You are wealth. You are power. You are divine potential in motion. You are a magnet for miracles. You are the architect of riches. You are the force that changes generations. You are the proof that wealth is not just possible. It is inevitable. Because you have done what most never do. You have reprogrammed your mind. You have declared a new standard. You have crossed the threshold. Now go and live it. Walk like it's already yours. Move like the doors are already open. Speak like the money is already flowing. Give like abundance is endless. Work like destiny is pulling you forward. And believe, and with every breath, that the universe is conspiring to bless you, not someday. Now, you must keep in mind the following. Repetition is the sculptor of your destiny. You will not become what you visualize once. You will become what you visualize consistently, daily, obsessively, until your brain starts adjusting your behaviors, your standards, your environment to match that inner self-image. That's not magic. That's biology. So listen this lesson again and again and again until it gets installed in your brain and in your subconscious mind, until you realize the results you seek. How to build wealth with the power of focused action. There comes a moment in every man's life when he stares into the quiet mirror of his soul and realizes this undeniable truth. No one is coming to save him. Not fate, not chance, not luck. The world will not bend for you because you wish it would. It will not hand you wealth because you dream of it. You will not drift into success like a leaf on the wind. You must move. You must rise. You must act with focus as sharp as a blade and purpose that burns hotter than fire. Focused action is not motion. It is not activity. It is not the busyness that keeps people spinning in circles, mistaking noise for progress. Focused action is the deliberate, disciplined assault on your dreams. It is the way warriors of destiny cut through resistance, distractions, and doubt. It is how kingdoms are built from dust, how fortunes rise from famine, how you, whoever you are, wherever you stand right now, can forge wealth in a world that owes you nothing. Think of Carnegie, the Scottish boy who began as a bobbin boy in a textile factory making $1.20 a week, working 12-hour days in brutal conditions. He didn't become one of the richest men in history by waiting for a break. He became that by aiming his every thought, every word, every movement toward one goal, wealth through steel. His mind didn't wander. His efforts didn't scare. He acted Not frantically, but with the unshakable precision of a man possessed. Now understand this. The world is full of dreamers, but dreamers without direction are drifters. They drift from idea to idea, project to project, hoping one of them will finally explode. They do not build wealth. They chase illusions. You, if you are to build real wealth, not just in your bank account, but in your mind, your spirit, your legacy, must become something different. You must become focused, ruthlessly, relentlessly focused. And then you must act again and again and again until the world submits. Clarity is the starting point. Wealth does not respond to confusion. The man who says he wants success has said nothing at all. What kind of success? How much wealth? Built through what means? By when? Vagueness is a curse. It is the great killer of potential. If you cannot describe your aim in detail with fire in your eyes and certainty in your voice, then you do not yet have an aim. You have a wish, and wishes are powerless against the current of life. Edison didn't stumble onto the electric light. He pursued it with a level of obsession the average man cannot even fathom. Over 1,000 failures, not scattered attempts, focused failures, each one a lesson, not a loss. He wasn't testing ideas at random. He was narrowing in, refining, zeroing in on the precise conditions that would force the world to light up at his command. That's what focused action looks like. You must bring that level of intentionality to your days. If you wake up and let the world dictate your agenda, you have already lost. You are being pulled by invisible strings, TV and media, mails, distractions disguised as obligations. These are the chains of the poor. Break them. Burn them. You need a plan. Not someday, not next year. Now you need hours accounted for, energy measured and invested, action taken, with the understanding that every choice moves you closer or further from wealth. Discipline is the armor of the focused. It is what protects your vision from erosion. Without discipline, even the most powerful vision will disintegrate. But with discipline, a weak man becomes a lion. A bankrupt man builds empires. Discipline is not about punishment, it's about respect. Respect for your future, respect for your time, respect for the fact that every day is a coin you spend. You either invest it in your dream or you waste it in someone else's. Henry Ford wasn't born into wealth. He was born on a farm. But his mind refused to remain confined by what was. He saw a future where automobiles were not luxuries for the elite, but tools for the masses. People called him mad. They mocked his vision. But he didn't answer with arguments. He answered with focused action. He put his head down, built, rebuilt, studied, improved, until the world that doubted him had no choice but to drive what he built. That is the power of focus. You don't need more time. You need more intention. You don't need more resources. You need more resourcefulness. The most valuable currency in this world is not money. It is attention. Where you put your focus determines your reality. If you are focused on failure, you will find it. If you are focused on distractions, they will multiply. If you are focused on growth, on learning, on action, then that is what will expand. You must learn to guard your focus like a king guards his throne. Do not entertain the jester of procrastination. Do not sit at the table with the thief of comparison. Do not let the beggars of instant gratification inside your gates. You are building wealth, and that means you must build a fortress in your mind. Strong, clear, protected, directed. Walt Disney was not just a man with imagination. He was a man of relentless focus. When his first studio failed, he did not give up. When he lost the rights to Oswald the Lucky Rabbit, a character he created, he did not retreat. He focused harder. He doubled down. He created Mickey Mouse. He envisioned an empire. He acted toward it daily, not someday. Not when the timing was perfect, daily. That is how empires rise. Not with grand gestures, but with focused, consistent action stacked like bricks. You are not here to dabble. You are not here to chase 1,000 things. You are here to conquer one. And once you do, another, then another, but never all at once. Success does not respond to divided minds. The ocean does not part for the indecisive. You must be the arrow, drawn back, tense, precise, and then released with total commitment. That is how you pierce through the noise. That is how you build wealth when others drown in distraction. The man who builds wealth does not wait for the mood to strike. He does not wait for confidence. He acts. And through action, confidence is born. Through movement, momentum is built. Through repetition, mastery is forged. Focused action is not emotional. It is a commitment, a vow. A decision made in fire, repeated in silence, honored in sweat. The reason most people never experience wealth is because they confuse motion with power. They make lists. They talk, they plan, they brainstorm. But they do not do the thing. They never take the swing. And wealth only rewards the swing. Not the preparation, not the intent, the action, and not just any action. The right action, repeated, refined, focused like sunlight through a magnifying glass until it becomes a flame. You can have excuses or results, never both. You can have comfort or growth, never both. You can have distraction or destiny, never both. Every second you delay, someone else with less talent, less education, less experience, but more focus is outpacing you. Not because they're lucky, but because they've decided that nothing will stand in the way of their action. And when that kind of decision is made, the universe bends, it responds, it opens doors where there were walls. The world does not reward potential, it rewards execution. How many men have died with brilliance in their mind, inventions in their notebooks, dreams unspoken, visions unbuilt? Cemeteries are filled with unrealized wealth because those men never acted with focus. They hesitated. They rashed. They scattered their attention like dust in the wind, and the wind carried them nowhere. But not you. You are here to remember what the greats never forgot, that the wealth of your life will be measured not by what you had the chance to do, but by what you did, deliberately, relentlessly, in the face of every distraction and every doubt. Focused action is not a strategy. It is a way of being, a philosophy, a battle cry. You must become obsessed with progress, not shallow movement, but deep, intentional strides. If you want to build wealth, then every morning must become sacred. Your rituals must become weapons. Before the world begins to shout its nonsense in your ears, you must already be moving toward your target. Your focus must be locked in. No checking messages, no scrolling, no waiting. From the moment you rise, your steps must thunder with direction. It's the principle of directed energy, of focus, of action. So ask yourself now, not tomorrow, not later, where is your energy going? Where is focus bleeding out? How many hours have you given to the meaningless? How many days have you surrendered to confusion, to fear, to distraction disguised as productivity? And what would happen if you pulled all that energy back and pointed it like here into the heart of your vision? The world shifts for the focused. Doors open, ideas clarify, people align. When you show up with attention, the fog clears. Focus attracts clarity the way a magnet pulls iron. But it does more than attract. It shapes. It transforms you into someone the universe can trust with wealth. Wealth is not just about having money. It's about having mastery over your thoughts, over your time, over your habits. A rich man without focus will squander his fortune, but a poor man with intense focus will create one. The difference is not in what you have, it's in how you aim what you have. Are skills aligned to your purpose? Are your hours aligned to your mission? Are your words aligned to your vision? And if not, fix it today. Ruthlessly eliminate what is not building your future. You don't have time for half-effort friendships, lukewarm goals, or opportunities that steal your focus off nothing but ego crumbs in return. You are not building a castle of sand. You are constructing a fortress of legacy, brick by brick, with the cement of discipline and the fire of execution. Abraham Lincoln once said, "Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree. I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe." But hear me, sharpening the axe is not passive. It is focused preparation. It is deliberate alignment. Most people never sharpen the axe. They just swing wildly and wonder why the tree won't fall. But Lincoln knew preparation without focus is useless. Focus without action is paralysis. But together, sharp and focus followed by strategic strikes, that's unstoppable. You must begin to see your time as sacred currency. Every minute wasted is a withdrawal from your future wealth. Every distraction indulged is a tax on your destiny. You have 24 hours like everyone else, the rich, the poor, the genius, the fool, but it's not the hours that make the difference. It's how fiercely, how intelligently, and how consistently those hours are aimed. Be like Tesla, who worked through nights fueled not by caffeine, but by an electric obsession to bring his vision to life. He didn't dabble. He didn't multitask. He gave his entire mind to one thing at a time. And because of that, he left a legacy that still powers cities and lights the sky. You do not need more motivation. You need more motion. Because motivation fades. But action, real, focused action, creates a fire that fuels itself. And once you taste the momentum, once you see even one day where your mind, your body, your time were all aligned to one target, you will never want to live any other way again. That feeling, that surge, is what separates the builders from the talkers, the wealthy from the wishful. Most people confuse ambition with action. They feel ambitious, they talk big, they post quotes, but their feet never move. Or worse, they move in every direction. You don't need more goals. You need more execution, more follow-through, more days where your calendar reflects your calling, not your cravings. Wealth responds to action that compounds, not inspiration that fades. If you do not control your focus, the world will, and it will rent your attention for pennies. It will convince you that checking notifications is productive, that researching endlessly is the same as starting, that talking about your vision is the same as building it. But deep down, you know it isn't. You know that wealth is forged in the silence, in the doing, in the hours when no one is watching and every excuse begs you to stop. But you keep going because you've chosen. You've locked in. You've aimed your life like a missile. And now nothing will stop you from hitting your target. This is how wealth is built. Not in the stock market, not in some secret business hack, but in the mind of a person who says, I will focus, I will act, I will not stop until I win. The secret that the masses will never understand is this: success is not complicated. It is just hard. And because it is hard, they avoid it. They rationalize. They seek shortcuts, gimmicks, systems that promise everything and require nothing. But those who build wealth, real, unshakable, generational wealth, know better. They know the game is won not by the man who starts strong, but by the man who stays focused when the thrill wears off. The man who keeps swinging long after the crowd goes home. You see, distractions will beg for your attention. They'll wear the mask of urgency. They'll whisper, just 5 minutes and still 5 hours. But if you want wealth, you cannot afford to be seduced by the temporary. You must be willing to be misunderstood, to be mocked, to be alone. Because focus, real focus, is lonely. It separates you. It isolates you. But that is the price of greatness. That is the toll you must pay to rise while others remain asleep in mediocrity. Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence in silence, while the storm of war brewed outside his window. His mind didn't wander. His pen didn't tremble. He knew the power of concentrated energy, and he funneled it into words that would spark a revolution. That's the level of focus required to build something eternal. You are not just building wealth. You are building a revolution in your own life. And revolutions do not come from scattered effort. They come from a soul on fire with intention. A man who has burned the ships and decided, I will not return to a life of distraction and drift. I will march forward with fire in my chest and steel in my spine, and I will take what is mine. Your vision must become your obsession. Your routine must become your battleground. Every morning you wake up, you are either at war with your old habits or building a new empire. There is no neutral. There is no pause. The mind, like a muscle, will default to weakness unless it is trained with ruthless consistency. Discipline is your sword. Focus is your shield. Action is your path. You must learn to love the process more than the promise, to fall in love with the act of doing, not just the dream of having, because the dream will seduce you, but process will shape you. It is in the early hours, in the repetition, in the relentless pursuit. That is where wealth is born. Ask any titan of industry and master of the craft, and they will tell you. Success did not arrive in a sudden gust of luck. It came in layers, in months and years of saying no to the easy path, saying no to doubt, saying no to anything that did not serve their highest aim. They moved like generals, commanding their time, their attention, their action, not perfectly, but purposefully. And you must do the same. Every action must be filtered through a single burning question. Does this move closer to my vision? If the answer is no, cut it. If the answer is maybe, cut it. Your time is too precious. Your focus is too sacred. You're not here to waste your life making decisions based on convenience or comfort. You're here to build. Focused action is not about speed. It's about accuracy. The archer doesn't fire 10 arrows in panic. He draws one, steadies his breath, aims with unwavering focus, and then lets go. That one arrow, launched with attention, will do more than random. Your wealth depends not on how much you do, but how precisely you do it. This is where most fail. They confuse movement with mastery. They fill their days with low-level tasks, respond to every message, say yes to every request, and wonder why nothing changes. But the man of wealth guards his time like treasure. He says no, often. He prioritizes what matters. He delegates the small, automates the trivial, and locks in on the mission. Because he knows, and you must know, that every yes to the wrong thing is a no to the right one. Every distraction accepted is progress delayed. Every misaligned task is a leak in the vessel of your success. Plug the leaks, fortify your routine, sharpen your execution, and above all, act. Not with desperation. We're not in frenzy and not in flow, not to look busy, to become undeniable. Focused action doesn't feel like hype. It feels like stillness in motion, like the eye of a hurricane, calm, controlled, yet unstoppable. That is what you're training for. That is what you're becoming. Understand this. Your future wealth is already available to you. The opportunity exists. The tools exist. The ideas, the platforms, the channels, all there. The only missing element is your focused execution. And once you apply that, the dam breaks. The results compound. The life you've imagined begins to harden into reality. And yes, it will be hard. It will test you. You'll have days where the results don't match the effort, where silence greets your output, where nothing seems to be working. That's the valley every builder walks through. But the wealth is not just at the peak. It's in who you become by climbing, the strength you gain by continuing, mindset you forge by not quitting. This is not just about making money. This is about making meaning, about becoming someone who doesn't need motivation and because purpose has taken over. Someone who no longer needs validation because the work itself is enough. Someone who wakes up knowing exactly what matters, exactly what to do, and exactly how to do it, and then does it. You want wealth? Then marry, focus, and action. Become the person who cannot be shaken, who cannot be distracted, who moves like a storm with a map, powerful but directed. When others quit, you refine. When others talk, you execute. When others wait, you launch. Because the time is now. The window is open. The opportunity is not coming. It's already here, staring you in the face, daring you to rise. And the only thing it demands, your full, undivided, relentless, focused action. You cannot negotiate with your dreams. You cannot plead with your future. You either rise and meet it with force, or you watch it drift into the hands of someone bolder, someone more focused, someone who took action while you hesitated. The harsh truth is this: life does not care about your intentions. The universe does not reward you for wanting. It rewards you for becoming. And becoming is not passive. It is a daily choice, forged in motion, tempered in fire. Every time you act with intention, you are casting a vote for the man you're becoming. Not the man you wish you were. Not the man you talk about in passing. The man you prove yourself to be through disciplined, focused motion. You think Warren Buffett built a financial empire by reacting to the noise of every market swing? Number, he built it through quiet conviction, through deep focus, through action guided by clarity, not chaos. He knew where to look, knew when to strike, and most importantly, he knew when to wait with purpose. Because even stillness, when chosen intentionally, is a form of focused action. But what about you? Are you still waiting for permission? Still waiting for the perfect plan, the ideal timing, the right partner? Hear this now. That hesitation is your enemy. And every day you wait to begin is a day stolen from your destiny. Carnegie didn't wait. He learned as he went. He acted as he climbed. And in doing so, he turned steel into an empire and silence into legacy. Disney didn't wait for comfort. He was broke, rejected, doubted, and he kept building anyway, kept drawing, kept dreaming, kept acting. He knew that the only way to change the world is to stop waiting for it to change you. You are not here to coast. You are not here to dabble. You are here to dominate, to narrow your attention so fully that every cell in your body vibrates toward a singular vision, to become so clear, so dialed in, that your days become a machine of momentum. That's when life shifts. That's when wealth begins to chase you. And yes, it will feel unnatural, because the world is built to scatter you. Your phone is engineered to steal your focus. Media is designed to addict you to the irrelevant. Distractions are weapons against your greatness. Every alert is a test. Will you give in to the trivial or stand guard at the gates of your mind? Guard it. Protect it like gold, because your focus is gold. It is the currency of kings, the root of all achievement, the master key to every locked door. You must learn to treat it with reverence, with fire, with obsession. And from that guarded mind, you act every single day, even if it's not perfect, especially if it's not perfect, because perfection is not the goal. Progress is. Clarity is forged through movement. Momentum breeds confidence. And confidence? Confidence is what allows you to scale, not just financially, but mentally, spiritually, generationally. When you operate from focus, when you move with action, you do more than build wealth. You build power. You build peace. You build freedom. Because wealth without freedom is just a cage with velvet bars. But wealth earned through focused action, that is sovereignty. That is dominion over your time, your choices, your life. And here's what they don't teach in school. Discipline doesn't kill creativity, and it awakens it. Action doesn't trap you, it frees you. Focus doesn't limit you, it gives you range. It gives you reach. It gives you influence. The world only listens to those who've proven they can command themselves. You cannot lead markets, people, or missions if you cannot first lead your mind. That leadership starts now, not next week, not when things settle down. You know they won't. There will always be a new excuse, always a new fire to put out. But the fire worth feeding is the one in your soul, the one that says, no more waiting, no more drifting. I'm taking the wheel. I'm driving this life, and I will not be stopped. That fire is what fuels the late nights when no one's cheering. That fire is what gets you up before the world wakes. That fire is what makes your work undeniable, because it's not powered by hype. It's powered by decision. Focused action is the great equalizer. It doesn't care where you were born. It doesn't care about your degree, your fancy name, your past mistakes. All it asks is this: can you aim your energy like a laser? Can you show up with discipline? Can you act when it's not exciting? Can you keep going when there's no applause? Because the moment you say yes, truly, deeply, without flinching, the path begins to rise beneath your feet. People will feel your intensity. Resources will find you. Synchronicities will align. And the man you were meant to become will begin to emerge from the man you were afraid to leave behind. This is not theory. This is not philosophy written on a page. This is war. And the battlefield is your attention. The weapon is your will. The victory, it is everything you ever dreamed of, less so and more. So build your life like a man possessed. Build your mornings with purpose. Build your thoughts like architecture. Deliberate, designed, precise. And above all, build your wealth through action that cannot be shaken, distracted, or delayed. One aim, one mission, one relentless pursuit. This is your time. This is your season. This is your wealth, waiting on the other side of your focused action. So now we come to the final test. The moment when your old life begs for you to return, when the voices get louder, when fear grows fangs and doubt dresses in logic, when the comfortable path shines like a trap coated in gold. This is where most men retreat. But not you, because you've heard something deeper. You've awakened something ancient. The part of you that remembers, and not the man you've been, but the man you were meant to be. You were never meant to tiptoe through life hoping to avoid failure. You were built to move mountains. You were wired to endure storms. You were designed to rise. And now, armed with the clarity of focus and the fire of action, you are unstoppable. Do you understand what that means? It means you're no longer at the mercy of circumstance. You no longer wait for opportunity, and you create it. You don't beg for success. You command it. You don't chase wealth. You become the source of it. You are the factory of your own fortune, the architect of your new reality. And it is focused action that powers every brick you lay, every risk you take, every door you kick open. Stuck it. When you walk into a room, people will feel it. That unshakable energy that comes from a man who knows where he's going. You won't need to speak louder. You won't need to explain yourself. Your results will echo through the silence. But remember this: focused action is not a one-time decision. It is a daily vow, a ritual, a sharpening of the sword before battle. Every morning, every evening, every moment, your mind begins to wander from the mission. You don't ask, am I motivated? You ask, what must be done? You don't say, I'll try. You declare, I execute. You don't wait for the tide to turn. You become the tide. This is how dynasties are built. This is how legacies are forged. Not through scattered effort or flashes of inspiration, but through consistent, deliberate, relentless action. It's how Henry Ford, a man with barely a formal education, defied the odds and built an empire that revolutionized the world. He wasn't the smartest. He wasn't the most charming, but he was focused. He was obsessed. He saw what others could not see because he looked longer, dug deeper, moved faster. With purpose. That's the formula. Focus plus execution, repeated daily until the world bends to your will. That's how empires rise. That's how lives transform. That's how you go from invisible to undeniable. So what now? You close this gap between who you are and who you could be. You burn the blueprint of your old life. You throw every ounce of scattered, distracted, weak energy into the fire, and you walk forward with nothing but your vision, your discipline, and your refusal to let them doubt you. Let them mock you. Let them say it's impossible. You know the truth. You've tasted it. And now you will live it. You don't need more time. You need more intention. You don't need more information. You need more execution. You don't need more applause. You need more focus. This is your line in the sand. From this day forward, you do not move without purpose. You do not speak without direction. You do not act without clarity. Because every moment of your life is an investment in your legacy. And you are not here to build a life that merely looks good. You are here to build a life that feels right. A life you own. A life built from the inside out, not the outside in. A life so aligned with truth, so charged with action, that wealth doesn't just find you, it flows from you. You are not the victim of your past. You're not the servant of your excuses. You're not the prisoner of distraction. You're the master of your fate, and your weapon is focused action. So rise. Show the world what happens when a man becomes possessed by purpose. Show them what it looks like when clarity meets execution. Show them what becomes of a life built brick by brick, moment by moment, in fire and discipline and sacred, untouchable focus. This is how you build wealth. This is how you build you. This is how you become unforgettable. Now go and never look back. You must keep in mind the following. Repetition is the sculptor of your destiny. You will not become what you visualize once. You will become what you visualize consistently, daily, obsessively, until your brain starts adjusting your behaviors, your standards, your environment to match that inner self-image. That's not magic. That's biology. So listen this lesson again and again and again until it gets installed in your brain and in your subconscious mind, until you realize the results you seek.
Important note. This is timeless and powerful wisdom that has influenced and improved the life of millions. Now that you have attracted it to your awareness, you must install it deep into your subconscious mind to experience a real change. Read the description below this video and choose the links among multiple options that will aid you in achieving the optimum results you seek. The journey to success is just one decision away. Thank you for listening and subscribing to Top Mindset Growth Channel.
The secret truth about success. It's 80% mindset, psychology, 20% skill. They will tell you it's talent, that it's timing, that it's who you know, that it's what school you went to, what city you live in, or what degree hangs on your wall. But the truth, the raw, untamed, undeniable truth, is this. Success is not determined by your resume, your IQ, or your circumstances. It is determined by your mindset. It is shaped in the silence of your thoughts, not the noise of the world. It is born in the furnace of your psychology, your beliefs, your self-image, your emotional resilience, not in your technique, not in your resume, not in your ability to memorize facts. 80% of success, real success, the kind that defies logic, the kind that builds empires, moves mountains, bends fate, that success begins and ends in the mind. Skill only sharpens the blade, but it is the mind that forges the steel. Know this. Whatever the mind of man can conceive and believe, it can achieve. Those words are not poetry. They are prophecy. Now look around. How many brilliant people die unknown? How many gifted artists, entrepreneurs, and visionaries are buried with their dreams still inside them? Because they never believed they were worthy? Because they lacked one thing, the mental wiring to take the hit, stay standing, and move forward. Thomas Edison didn't invent the light bulb on his first try, or his 100th, or his 1000th. It was 10,000 failures that lit the world. But it wasn't persistence alone. It was a psychology that refused to define failure as the end. He didn't ask, am I good enough to stop? He declared, I will not stop until I am. That's the truth most will never tell you. The masses want tactics. They chase hacks. They look for shortcuts because they believe deep down they aren't enough without them. But the elite, the 1% who transform the world, they build fortresses in their mind long before they build empires on land. They understand. Success is internal first, external second. Andrew Carnegie, the steel tycoon, didn't start with billions. He started as a penniless immigrant. But he had a burning belief. He saw riches not as luck, but as a byproduct of directed thought and focused energy. He trained his mind like a soldier trains for war, because he knew that if you conquer your mind, no outside force can conquer you. That's why he asked to go study the psychology of the most successful men in the world, not their methods, their mindsets. Because psychology eats strategy for breakfast. Skill is important. Of course it is. Skill without belief is a sword in the hands of a coward. You can learn to speak, but if your voice trembles with doubt, no one will hear you. You can study marketing, business, finance, but if your self-image says I'm not enough, you will sabotage every opportunity before it even blooms. This is not just theory, it is hardwired biology. Dr. Maxwell Maltz, a plastic surgeon turned pioneer in self-image psychology, discovered that even when he changed someone's face, if they didn't change their inner image, they would still see the same person in the mirror. Because the mind obeys the dominant image it holds, not the reality outside. He called it psycho-cybernetics. The idea that your subconscious mind is like a guided missile, constantly adjusting your behaviors to match your inner picture of who you think you are. If you see yourself as poor, you will unconsciously make choices to stay poor. If you see yourself as weak, you will shrink in every moment of strength. But if you shift that image, you shift your destiny. And that shift begins in silence. It begins when no one is watching. In the early morning when the world still sleeps. In the quiet resolve to rewire your thoughts, to guard them like a fortress. Because thoughts are seeds. And if you do not plant the seeds of power, purpose, prosperity, then weeds of fear and doubt will grow by default. You must become the gardener of your own mind. Ruthless, disciplined, selective. Because nothing grows in chaos but confusion. Think of Walt Disney, fired from a newspaper job because they said he lacked imagination. Imagine the psychology it took to keep going, to dream a world from ink and animation while the real world told him he was delusional. But he didn't just see Disneyland. He believed in it. He walked through it in his mind before it existed on Earth. That is mindset. That is psychological sovereignty. The most powerful force in the world is not money, not fame, not brute strength. It is belief. Not just belief in possibility, but belief in yourself. That is the genesis of every miracle, every breakthrough, every invention, every movement that changed the course of human history. Ford believed he could mass produce a car before anyone understood what that meant. Tesla believed in wireless energy when the world mocked him. Lincoln believed in unity while the nation tore itself in two. They were not superhuman. They were psychologically relentless. That is the secret. Not more skill, more training, more credentials, but more mental toughness, more vision, more spiritual armor. The inner conviction to bet on yourself when the odds whisper you can't. That's where most people fold. They think it's the end when it's only the beginning. See, your mind is a battlefield. Every day a war is waged between your higher self and your inner saboteur, between your potential and your programming, between the life you were meant to live and the life you've settled for. And if you don't take command of that battlefield, someone else will. Society will hand you a script. Fit in. Play it safe. Be realistic. But greatness was never born from safety. It was born from clarity. Clarity of purpose. Clarity of identity. Clarity of what you stand for. That clarity is not something you find. It is something you forge. And forging begins with fire. Fire that forges clarity is not a pleasant flame. It burns away comfort, incinerates excuses, and incinerates illusions. It forces you to confront the raw material of who you are. Your fears, your limited beliefs, your conditioned patterns. And in that crucible, you must decide what to keep and what to destroy. Because clarity is not given. It is chosen. You must decide who you are every single day before the world decides for you. You must look into the mirror, not to admire what is there, but to declare what will be. Clarity is power. When a man knows exactly what he wants, the universe begins to rearrange itself in his favor. The winds shift. The doors crack open. People appear. Resources manifest. Not because of magic, but because of focus. The subconscious begins to hunt for alignment. It becomes a heat-seeking missile for the destiny you have burned into its code. And here's the truth no one believes. Most people lack talent. They lack clarity. They are multitasking life into mediocrity, trying to chase 5 dreams with one tired soul. They dip their toes in many pools, never dive into any. Their power diluted. Their psychology scattered. But the greats, those from dust and become legends, they choose one mountain and they burn every boat that leads back to the shore. That is mindset. That is psychological courage. Now listen, vision is not enough. It must be married purpose. Vision is what you want. Purpose is why you want it. Without purpose, vision is a fantasy, a flicker of desire that disappears at the first sign of adversity. But with purpose, true soul-level purpose, you become unbreakable. Purpose has made Nelson Mandela endure 27 years in prison and walk out with peace in his heart instead of vengeance in his fist. Purpose is what made Helen Keller turn darkness into illumination and silence into speech. Purpose is what drove Martin Luther King Jr. to march into the storm knowing he might never see the rainbow. When you have a purpose bigger than your pain becomes fuel. And make no mistake, pain will come, rejection will come, failure will knock, doubt will scream, but none of it can defeat a mind armored in purpose. You see, discipline is not hard when your purpose is strong. People think motivation is the key. Motivation is fickle. It comes and goes like the wind. Purpose is the foundation. Discipline is the structure. And mindset is the architect. You do not rise when it is easy. You rise when it is necessary. Success is not about what you feel like doing. It's about doing what must be done even when every fiber of your body says, stay down. Earl Nightingale once said, success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. That's it, not luck, not genius, not charisma. Just the consistent, disciplined, relentless pursuit of a worthy cause. But consistency requires conditioning. Your mind is a muscle, and most people are walking around mentally emaciated. Their psychology is weak because they fed it junk. Fear-based news, negativity, gossip, distractions. They're overdosing on mental poison, wondering why they feel powerless. You must fast from that noise. You must starve the doubt and feed the dream. Feed it with voices that expand you. Feed it with voices that challenge you. Feed it with silence that centers you. Every day, you are programming your mind, whether you realize it or not. So program it with intention. Wake up and declare the man or woman you are becoming. Speak it out loud. Plant it in the soil of your subconscious until it becomes your default setting. Because the truth is this, your mind doesn't care whether what you tell it is true or false. It believes repetition. Say it enough and it becomes real. You are not broke. You are temporarily low on cash. You are not weak. You are a warrior in training. You are not lost. You are being redirected to something greater. That is how you must think. You must speak your future louder than your past. You must hypnotize your own mind with power. Every cell in your body vibrates with belief. It is not arrogance. It is alignment. It is not ego. It is identity. You are not faking it until you make it. You're faking it until you manifest it. You're stepping into the shoes of the person you were designed to become. The world convinced you to shrink. And now, action. Because mindset without action is delusion. Psychology without movement is paralysis. But when mindset and action collide, when belief fuels behavior, become unstoppable. Action is the bridge between the invisible and the visible, between the mental and the material, between the man you were and the force you're becoming. Do not wait for confidence. Confidence is not a requirement, it is a reward. It comes after you move, not before. Act boldly while you're still afraid. Speak powerfully while your voice shifts. Move forward even when you don't have all the answers. Because action breeds clarity, and clarity breeds momentum. Look at Alexander Graham Bell. He didn't wait until the telephone was perfect, tested it, refined it. He acted. He learned by doing. Success is not about perfection. It's progression. The world belongs to the doers, not the thinkers who never act, not the dreamers who never build. And don't confuse motion with movement. Reading another book, watching another video, planning another goal. That's motion. Making a call, launching the product, speaking truth, that's movement. Success bows to the bold. It rewards those who execute, not those who wait for the stars to align. You align the stars through daily discipline, through focused, aligned, relentless action. And when your mind is right, your purpose is clear, your identity is powerful, and your actions are consistent. The world has no choice but to bend. Wealth is not money. Understand this. Money is just a symbol, a byproduct, a reflection of your inner state. True wealth begins long before the bank account grows. It begins in the chambers of the mind. It begins prosperity, consciousness. You cannot attract what you do not believe you are worthy of. You cannot accept in your heart. Wallace D. Wattles, in The Science of Getting Rich, didn't preach luck or hustle. He preached thinking in a certain way, a wealth mindset, an inner alignment that says, I am abundance. I live in abundance. I move toward abundance every time I breathe with intention. If you want riches, don't chase them. Attract them. By becoming the kind person riches are drawn to. Money follows value, but value flows from belief. A woman with a rich psychology can rise. A rich man with a poor psychology will lose it all. Look at lottery winners who crash and burn within years. Look at self-made millionaires who lose everything and rebuild from nothing. What separates them? Mindset. Wealth that lasts is built on a foundation of inner alignment, on self-worth, on clarity, on a psychology that refuses to settle, compromise, or contract in the presence of adversity. That's when you reprogram your subconscious mind for wealth. You must tear out the weeds of scarcity. Scarcity says, there's not enough. Scarcity says, who am I to succeed? Scarcity says, stay small, stay safe, stay silent. But wealth kind of says, there is always more. Wealth says, why not me? Wealth says, expand, express, evolve. Gratitude is the gateway. Gratitude is not a, it's a frequency. When you tune your heart to gratitude, you shift from lack to abundance, from fear to faith, from weight to receiving. You cannot manifest what you resent. You cannot attract what you envy. You must celebrate what already is, so that the universe knows you're ready for more. Every morning before the world gets its claws in, you take a moment to be deeply grateful. Not just surface level thanks, but a cellular, soul level gratitude for your breath, for your mind, for your opportunities, for your ability to choose. Because choice is your superpower. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are a sculptor of destiny. Every thought, every word, every decision is a chisel in your hand. And if you're carving the wrong life, pick up the tools and begin again. There is no shame in restarting. Abraham Lincoln failed in business. He lost multiple elections. He battled depression, but he wouldn't quit. He rewrote his inner story until the outer world reflected his greatness. And so must you. Resilience is not about bouncing back. It's about expanding forward. It's about seeing rejection not as a wall, but as a sign that says, detour to something greater. It's about getting knocked down and deciding, this is not where my story ends. Ogmandino once wrote, I will persist until I succeed. Those 6 words, if etched into your mind, can rewrite your life. Because success is not sudden, it's cumulative, it's built in layers. In every early morning you show another sleep. In every failure you learn from instead of curse. Every time you do the hard thing when no one is watching. Your legacy is not one moment. It is thousands of tiny, invisible wins, stacked one on top of another until one day the world sees what you become. And let them call it luck. Let them call it overnight success. You will know it was mindset. It was psychology. It was the 80% no one talks about. The inner game that determines the outer results. And now, the final truth. You are the gatekeeper, not your boss, not your parents, not your past, not your trauma. You decide what thoughts are allowed to stay. You decide what patterns get to run your life. You decide whether your story ends in average or ascends to astonishing. This is your moment, right here, right now. The turning point is never later. It's all now. You aren't broken. You are becoming. You are not behind. You are gathering momentum. You are not lost. You are being led back to yourself, but you must claim it. You must speak your new life into existence with conviction. You must walk like the man or woman you are destined to become. Even your bank account says otherwise. Even your results don't reflect your effort. Even when the mirror shows shadows from your past. Because success is not earned through conditions. It is claimed through identity. Say it out loud. I am not waiting. I am becoming. I am not hoping. I am building. I am not surviving. I'm ascending. You are the writer, the architect, the commander. And the pen is in your hand. So write the story no one saw coming. Build the life that is irrelevant. Become the one your bloodline has been waiting for. Because this is not a game. This is not a practice round. This is your life. And it is waiting for your mind to wake up. The truth is this. Success was never out there. It was all within you. Just keep in mind the following. Repetition is the doctor of your destiny. You will not become what you visualize once. You will become what you visualize consistently, daily, obsessively, until your brain starts adjusting your behaviors, your standards, your environment to match that inner self-image. That's not magic. That's biology. So, listen to this lesson again and again and again until it gets installed in your brain and in your subconscious mind until you realize the results you seek. The 5-minute mindset shift that will change your life forever. You are not broken. You are not behind. You are not lost. You are simply one decision away from remembering who you are. Every empire was once an idea. Every revolution began with a whisper. Every great life started as a single flicker of thought, a stubborn refusal to believe the current reality was the final one. In the deepest chambers of your mind lives a power so profound, most die having never touched it. Not because it's hidden, but because it's silent. It doesn't scream for attention. It doesn't beg to be used. It waits, like a lion in the tall grass, watching, waiting for you to claim it. That power is the power of your mindset. The truth is brutal and simple. You do not attract what you want. You attract what you are. And what you are, who you become, is dictated by one thing, the lens through which you see the world. Now, this can be in chaos or clarity, in pain or purpose, in failure or faith. But what most never realize is this. You can change that lens instant, not with a new job, not with more money, not with praise or applause, but with a single thought. A 5-minute shift in mindset that unchains the soul and sets fire to every excuse holding you back. Edison failed 10,000 times and called each one a stepping stone. Carnegie was born dirt poor but refused to be defined by it. Lincoln faced depression, ridicule, defeat, and still rose. Not because they were born different, but because they decided different. You don't need another motivational quote. You don't need another guru, no checklist. You need a moment. A fire-starting, soul-awakening, blood-boiling moment of clarity where everything slows down, the truth stares you in the face. You have been hypnotized by limitation, conditioned by failure, and trained to expect less. But anymore. Because right now, if you choose, you can kill the old self. Not tomorrow, not next year, but now. The self that waits for permission, the self that hesitates, the self that seeks validation, approval, applause. You don't need it. You never did. The world you. Now you see. And the second you see, you cannot unsee. Understand this. Your mind is not a mirror. It is a magnet. It does not reflect reality. It creates it. And what it creates rooted in beliefs you permit to live inside it. A man who believes he's a victim becomes one. A woman who believes she's worthy transforms nations. Reality bends to your conviction like steel and fire. The greatest minds in history were not the smartest. They were the most certain. They walked into storms with eyes wide open, jaws clenched purpose. They were told no 4 times. They were told yes. And they used each rejection as rock rescue. Sorry, have you told yourself? I can't. I'm too late. I'm not ready. That is the language of decay. Change it. Because here's what they won't teach you in school. Clarity is found. It is chosen. And the clear minds aren't born that way. They're made. Hammered in the forge of decision, one blow at a time. Decision is the origin of greatness. Not talent, not inheritance, not even intelligence. Decision. The man who decides to win will win, even if it takes him a decade. The woman who decides to rise will rise, even if the world tries to bury her. Because once the mind makes a true decision, reality begins to shape itself to match. This isn't philosophy, this is law. The law of the mind. You see, your thoughts are architects. Your beliefs are blueprints. And your actions, they are the bricks that build the life you live. Change the blueprint and change the building. But most people never pick up a pen. They walk around living someone else's architecture, their parents, their culture, their past. Not you, not anymore. Because in a 5-minute shift, you're waking up. Not gradually, violently, like a thunderclap in the night sky, like lightning splitting a tree in half. Let the old self fall. Let the illusions burn. Let every spot in the shadows where it belongs. You are not here to survive. You are here to build. You are not here to cope. You are here to conquer. You are not here to ask life for favors. You are here to take what is yours by divine right, by soul's command, by the fire in your chest that refuses to die. What's separating the extraordinary and the ordinary? Not background, not luck, not X. It is belief. Ruthless, unshakable, obsessive belief. Henry Ford once said, whether you think you can or you think you can't, you're right. He wasn't being clear. He was revealing a secret. The world does not respond to potential, responds to energy, to certainty. There's a man or woman who walks into a room and bends the air around them with sheer will. That is the shift from passive to aggressive, from hoping to knowing, from waiting to moving. Because here's another truth. The moment you shift your mindset, life shifts with you. You're not a tree. You're not rooted. You're born to move. And movement is the language of life. Stagnation is the death of the soul. Every time you choose belief over doubt, you move. Every time you act for proof, you move. Every time you do what must be done, even when you feel like quitting, you move. And in that move, the universe moves with you. The greatest lie ever told is that you must wait. Wait to feel ready. Wait for support. Wait for the fear to go away. But the fear doesn't leave. It follows. It follows you until you teach it that you're the one in charge. Let me be clear. Fear is not the enemy. Fear is a signal. It tells you where the treasure is buried. It points like an arrow to your destiny. You run toward it, not away from it. Because right behind fear is freedom. The mountain is not in your way. It is the way. It is the fire that forges your focus. It is the test life throws at all who rise. Not to stop you, but to sharpen you. And when mind shifts, once the switch is flipped and the old voice dies, the mountain begins to crumble. Because mindset is not about thinking positive. It's not about lying to yourself with pretty affirmations. It's about seeing the truth so clearly that lies can't survive. The truth is this. Discipline is freedom. Clarity is power. Responsibility is strength. And comfort is the cage. The average person worships comfort like a god. They avoid pain like it's poison. But pain is not poison. Pain is the sculptor. It carves the weak parts away. Thomas Edison didn't light the world by staying comfortable. Oprah didn't build an empire by staying quiet. Didn't create magic by following rules. They lived discomfort. They breathed discipline. They chose vision over convenience. And that's the shift that changes everything. When you stop taking comfort and start taking clarity. Clarity of who you are. Clarity of where you're going. Clarity of what you will no longer tolerate. You can be broke, lost, rejected, laughed at, and still win. Because success does not begin in the bank account. It begins in the mind. When a man sees himself as powerful, he becomes powerful. When a woman speaks as if she cannot be defeated, life eventually listens. You declare first, not to the world, to yourself. Because self-talk is not self-help. It is self-creation. Your words are spells. Every I am is an act of magic. Say I'm tired and your body obeys. Say I'm unstoppable and your future begins to shift. It sounds simple because it is. But simple is not, it requires attention. It requires vigilance. It requires waking up every day and rejecting the identity the world tries to stamp on you. You are not average. You are not your mistakes. You are not the story others wrote about. You are the author. And the pen is in your hands right now. Burn this into your bones. You do not get what you want. You get what you are willing to become. Wishing is weak. Becoming is war. And that war is won in the battlefield of the mind, long before the world ever sees the result. There will be days you feel nothing is changing. Days when doubt creeps in and whispers lies. But those are the days that matter most. Because in those moments, you are forging a new identity in the fire of persistence. Be like the seed, buried under the earth, dead, forgotten, but inside, it's breaking open, quietly, powerfully. And when it does, no force on earth can stop it. That's who you are. You're becoming in silence. You are shifting right now, even as you hear these words. Because mindset isn't what you do. It's what you choose to believe when no one's watching. It's the moment you decide, I will not be ordinary. I will not accept a life of regret. I will not go to my grave wondering what if. Not now. Never. The world bends to those who command their minds. And that man starts with a question. What am I choosing right now? Fear or fire? Are you walking the path of excuses or execution? Are you building a legacy or just surviving another day? Because survival is not your destiny. Creation is. Create your vision. Craft your identity. Forge the that make your actions louder than your dreams. The world doesn't respond to noise, it responds to intensity. That intensity starts here, with this thought, with this decision. This isn't motivation, this is activation. A mindset so locked in, so purely focused on what must be done, that nothing else matters. Not opinions, not distractions, not the fear of failing, only mission. And when your mindset becomes mission-driven, your life becomes miracle-driven. Because purpose is not found, it's built, day by day, brick by brick, thought by thought. And the foundation is now. You see, every life-altering transformation begins in silence. No applause, no spotlight, just you and the decision to become something greater than what you were yesterday. That is the great secret. Transformation does not ask permission. It demands commitment. And commitment begins in the dark, long before the world sees the light. Walt Disney stood in front of a swamp and saw an empire. Nelson Mandela sat in prison and saw a nation reborn. They weren't reacting to their surroundings. They were dictating their destiny. This is your turning point, the line in the sand. Because the real shift doesn't happen in 5 years or 5 months. It happens in 5 minutes of brutal self-honesty. Ask yourself, what would happen if I stopped creating with weakness? What if I woke up every day and commanded myself to act instead of waiting to feel like it? Discipline is not punishment. It is alignment. It is the alignment of your actions to your destiny. And once your actions align your vision, you become unrecognizable to the version of you that settled. The man who honors his word to himself becomes powerful. The woman who says, I will, and then does, becomes unstoppable. Because most people are committed to convenience, not character. But convenience builds comfort, and character builds empires. You don't need a perfect plan. You need relentless follow-through. A fire that says, I will move forward even if I lead. Even if I'm laughed at. Even if I'm tired, scared, doubting. I move anyway. Because this shift, this 5-minute internal revolution is not about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you were before the world taught you to be small. You were not born hesitant. You were not born afraid to speak. You were not born to settle for just enough. That was taught. And anything that was taught can be unlearned. Unlearn the fear. Unlearn the self-doubt. Unlearn the belief that the future is not yours to shape. The future is not something you walk into. It is something you build with intention. Like stone stacked on stone. You are the architect. You are the builder. And your mindset is the hammer. There will be days the vision feels far. But the distance is not your enemy. It is your training ground. The delay is not denial. The struggle is not a signal to stop. It is proof that the foundation is being tested. And every storm is a question. How bad do you want it? That's when the shift matters most. Not when you're winning, but when everything feels still. Can you hold the vision in the silence? Can you be loyal to the version of you that no one else sees yet? That's grace. Because true belief is loud. It's quiet. It's quiet repetition of discipline. The quiet rejection of distraction. The quiet mastery of thoughts that no longer serve you. That's the battle. Not outside you, inside you. And when the inner world is mastered, the outer world follows like a shadow. This is not theory. This is ancient truth, modernized. Carnegie knew it. He said, think of yourself as on the threshold of unparalleled success. A whole, clear, glorious life lies before you. Achieve, achieve. But thinking is not enough. You must embody it. You must walk like it's already yours. Speak like the future is already written in gold. Act like the world has already handed you the pen to write the next chapter. And you have. Because you're not waiting for the shift anymore. You are the shift. You don't need permission to believe. You don't need evidence to begin. You just need a decision so deep, so violent, so unshakable that your doubt begins to tremble in your presence. That's when life opens up. Not because it got here, because you got clear. Because once the mind is up, truly up, the body follows. The actions follow. The results begin to echo the clarity of the original thought. I was made for more. You were made to stretch the limits, to walk into rooms and shift the atmosphere, to build things that last longer than your name. That's legacy. And legacy begins the moment you stop playing the game of average. So let others scroll. Let others wait for a sign. Let others chase distractions, dress up as opportunity. You have chosen to rise, not because it's easy, but because it's true. And truth has a frequency you cannot fake. It cuts through the noise. It draws the right people, it repels the wrong ones. And it aligns you with everything that is meant for your evolution. That's the shift. Not temporary, permanent identity. The difference between I hope I can and I know I will. Between living life with your hands open and living life with your fists clenched around purpose. Because it isn't a dream anymore, it's a decision. And that decision has already been made. You're already becoming, already building, already burning the old blueprint, right a new one, word by word, step by step, breath by breath. The world will notice. Long before they do, you will feel it. You will feel it first in your spine. A rising and unshakable surge, not excitement, not hype, conviction. Conviction that you're no longer living by chance, but by choice. That is the essence of power. Choice. And the moment you reclaim your right to choose, you stop being a slave to circumstance. The world around you may look the same. The bills, the deadlines, the people who underestimated you, still there. But you are not the same. You walk into the same room, but your posture is different. You speak the same name, but now it carries weight. Why? Because your energy no longer seeks permission. It radiates purpose. That is the power of the mindset shift. It doesn't beg for opportunity. It commands it. You no longer fear failure. Because failure is now a teacher. You no longer chase success. Because success is now attracted to your discipline. Everything changes the moment you realize you do not need more time. You don't need more money. You do not need more applause. What you need is more intensity behind your intention. There's no magic moment in the future where it all clicks. It clicks when you decide it does. Right now, in this second. This is not the beginning of your story. It is a turning point where hesitation dies, where fear gets evicted, where your future stops being a maybe and becomes a must. You want peace? Earn it in the battle between years. You want legacy? Forge it in the fire of discipline. You want freedom? Then stop asking for it. Build it. Freedom is not found in escape. It's found in mastery. Mastery of thought. Mastery of action. Mastery of identity. And identity is not who you were. It's who you decide to be, over and over and over again. The world has no choice but to adjust its lens to match your new frequency. Let doubt. Let the small minds gossip. Let the old world try to pull you back into the mud. You are not here to prove anything. You are here to become everything. The version of you that wakes up fire, that moves through setbacks, like water around rock, that stands alone if needed, because solitude is better than smallness. You're not here to fit in. You're here to molds, to rewire what's possible, to leave behind evidence of what happens when a soul goes all in. And yes, it may start in just 5 minutes, but 5 minutes of clarity. 5 minutes of ruthless honesty. 5 minutes of standing face to face with the man or woman in the mirror and saying, no more excuses, no more delay, no more waiting to be chosen. I choose myself. That is the real destiny. That is how empires begin. With a whisper that becomes a war cry. With a decision that becomes a revolution, not in the streets, but in the soul. You want a new life? Then give your old one an expiration date. Burn the script. Silence the noise. Pull the pin on the grenade of your potential. And detonate. Let it be known. From this day forward, you will not shrink. You will not stall. You will not bow to fear, fatigue, failure, or false identities. You will rise. You will lead. You will become. And when people ask what changed, when they ask how you went from lost to legendary, when they beg to know the secret, tell them it wasn't magic. It wasn't luck. It wasn't some complicated formula. It was a decision. A 5-minute mindset shift, so real, so raw, so honest. The old version never walked out of that room. Only the future did, and that future is you. You must keep in mind the following. Repetition is the sculptor of your destiny. You will not become what you visualize once. You will become what you visualize consistently, daily, obsessively, until your brain starts adjusting your behaviors, your standards, your environment to match that inner self-image. That's not magic. That's biology. So listen to this lesson again and again and again until it gets installed in your brain and in your subconscious mind until you realize the results you seek. The secret formula for getting back. You were not born, you were not sent into this world to fold under pressure, to be consumed by failure or defeat. You were created with potential, gifted with the extraordinary ability to rise again and again until the world itself must pause and take notice. Setbacks are not the end. They are the fire. They are the test. They are the crucible in which champions are forged. History does not remember those who never failed. It remembers those who refused to stay down. Think of Lincoln, defeated in business, destroyed by death, shattered in love, and crushed in politics. Yet he rose to become one of the most revered leaders the world has ever known. Think of Thomas Edison, whose teacher told him he was too stupid to learn, who failed 10,000 times before giving up to the world. They didn't curse the setback. They understood it. They embraced it. They transmuted it. The formula of comeback is not hidden in some ancient scroll. It is carved into the human spirit. It begins where most people quit, at the breaking point. The moment when your strength collapses, When doubt sinks its claws into your mind, when voices around you whisper, it's over. That's the gateway. That's where your resurrection begins. Setbacks are not walls. They're doors, locked to the world, but only to those who dare carry the key. That key is belief, fierce, unshakable, but deep belief. Not the kind chant a mirror once a week. Number I'm talking about, the kind of belief that roars in silence when the world stops listening. The kind that does that for the kind that walks through failure like fire, comes out clean on the other side. But belief alone is not enough. You must think. You must imagine. You must claim a new vision, the fire of a prophet and the mind of an engineer. Walt Disney stood in the dirt fields of Florida and saw castles where others saw swamps. Andrew Carnegie walked in steel mills choked by smoke and saw empires rising from soot. What you see in your mind's eye becomes the map your life follows. And if all you see is the setback, then all you'll ever live is defeat. But if you see beyond it, if you see the lesson, the refinement, the hidden code buried, the comeback is not only possible, it is inevitable. Now listen closely, because this is where most fall. After setback, after pain, there is silence. No applause, no reassurance, no signs. And it is in this silence that the weak retreat. But the few, the rare few, press forward. They rise with no guarantee. There is no proof. They act. Not because they know they will win, but because they refuse to be defined by loss. That is the second ingredient of the formula. Clarity. You must know why you stand back up. You must burn the reasons so deep into your soul that not even the strongest winds can blow it out. Clarity is your compass. Without it, every detour becomes a dead end. With it, every wall becomes a tunnel. Henry Ford wasn't the smartest. He didn't invent the wheel, didn't come from wealth. But he had clarity of purpose. To bring cars to the common man. To change how people lived, worked, and moved. They mocked him. Experts laughed at him. Banks rejected him. But clarity gave immunity to noise. And so you. Your comeback depends on it. The setback is the darkness. But clarity is the spark. Purpose is the flame. You must want it with an intensity that borders on madness. You must desire your transformation so deeply that failure tastes like fuel. If your purpose is thin, if you seek success to prove something to someone, to impress, to deaden your ego, then you will crack when the storm comes. And the storm will come. Purpose turns pain into power. It turns rejection into redirection. It turns the fall into flight. When you have purpose, you stop seeing the setback as something that happened to you and begin seeing it as something happening for you. You're not meant to have an easy path. You're meant to be tested. Because only through pressure do you find your form. Now understand this. The mind must be trained. It is not in belief to see, to desire. You must discipline your thoughts like a general trained soldier for war, because your mind will rebel. It will whisper stories of defeat, paint nightmares from the past, and anchor you in hesitation. It will convince you trying again is too risky, too painful, too late. Voice is not truth, it's programming. And like any faulty program, it can be rewritten. Affirm, day and night, the identity you are building. Do affirm what you have. Affirm what you intend to create. Not I am broken, but I am rebuilding. Not I am lost, but I am on the path. Speak it even when you don't feel it, especially when you don't feel it. Because the subconscious mind doesn't care if it's true. It simply obeys repetition. Dr. Joseph Murphy taught this. The mind, when impressed repeatedly with an idea, must bring that idea to life. Speak your comeback into existence. Think it into shape. See it in such vivid detail. The universe itself has no choice but to respond. But don't stop at thoughts. Action is the third law of the comeback. Without action, you're a statue dreaming of motion. Without action, belief is fantasy. Vision is a hallucination, and purpose a whisper in the wind. Action is your declaration. It is your rebellion against doubt. It is your signature on the contract of success. And action must be consistent, not bursts, not sprints. Daily, disciplined, deliberate motion. Do not confuse motion with progress. Run in circles is not the same as forging ahead. Take bold steps, yes, but take them with precision. Let your purpose guide your plan. Let your clarity direct your aim. Earl Nightingale said, success is the progressive realization of a worthy ideal. Not the achievement, not the result of the realization. That means action in alignment with purpose. That means the comeback has already begun the moment you start moving again. And move you must. Even if it's still late, even if your confidence is cracked, even if no one believes in you yet, especially then. Because resilience is not a talent. It is a decision. Every time you decide to move forward, in the face of fatigue, in the grip of grief, in the shadow of failure. You build resilience is not about avoiding the flood, it's about becoming the person who never stays down. You have more strength than you've ever used, more power than you've ever tapped, more potential than anyone has ever told you. You are not broken. You are being rebuilt. Stronger, wiser, sharper. Every storm you face was shaping your foundation. Every loss was his character. Every delay was preparing your destiny. And every setback, that was life testing your capacity to believe without sight. Stand. Not because conditions are perfect, but because your soul refused to surrender. Your comeback begins not in the headlines, not in the applause, not when the world recognizes your rise. The comeback starts in silence, in obscurity. Those unseen hours when you choose to grind in the dark, when you rewrite your story one decision at a time, when you look failure in the eye and say, you will not have the final word. This is the furnace of transformation, the battlefield where weak men crumble and strong souls are forged. The world loves a polished story, but every life you admire lived through chaos first. Nikola Tesla spent his final days broke, locked by the same society that now celebrates genius. Charles F. Anel taught that the mind, when directed with focused thought, becomes a magnet for miracles. But he only discovered that you're being stripped of wealth and rebuilding for nothing. You are not exempt from the process. No one is. But you are chosen if you choose yourself. Gratitude is your secret weapon. Most dismiss it as bluff. But gratitude is not weakness. It is strategic. It shifts the frequency of your mind. It interrupts anxiety with awareness. It allows you to extract meaning from pain and build bridges from your past to your purpose. You give thanks for the lesson hidden in the loss. You disarm the power of fear. Gratitude unlocks the door to comeback energy. Because when you thank your setbacks, remove their poison. They no longer define you. They refine you. The men who built the future, Carnegie, Edison, Ford, Disney, they didn't just face obstacles. They stared them down and turned them into leverage. They didn't run from resistance. They required it because they knew the law. That which resists you sharpens you. The greater the pressure, the more precise the cut. Diamonds are made no other way. If you are in the fire now, if the walls have closed in, if the silence has stretched too long, good. That is your invitation. That is your call. That is the echo of destiny reaching for you, asking, will you rise? Will you burn your excuses and build from the ashes? This is where adaptability becomes essential. Comebacks are not straight lines. They are zigzagging, looping, grinding treks through uncertainty. If you expect ease, you will collapse. But if you expect evolution, if you welcome the shift, the pivot, the reinvention, then you will bend, but never break. Reinvention is the art of the comeback. The ability to shed skins, release old versions of yourself, and shape new identity not out of fancy, but of necessity. Every time you adapt, you evolve. And every time you evolve, you step closer to life that was meant for you. The failure didn't happen to end you, it happened to upgrade you. Seek it even when you don't feel it, especially when you don't feel it. Because the subconscious mind doesn't care if it's true. It simply obeys repetition. Dr. Joseph Murphy taught this. The mind, when impressed repeatedly with an idea, must bring that idea to life. Speak it back into existence. Think it into shape. See it in such vivid detail that the universe itself has no choice but to respond. But don't stop at thoughts. Action is the third law of the comeback. Without action, you are a statue dreaming of motion. Without action, belief is a fantasy. Vision is a hallucination. And purpose is a whisper in the wind. Action is your declaration. It is your rebellion against doubt. It is your signature on the contract of success. And action must be consistent, not bursts, not sprints, daily, distant, deliberate motion. Do not confuse motion with progress. Running in circles is not the same as forging ahead. Take bold steps, yes, but take them with precision. Let your purpose guide your plan. Let your clarity direct your aim. Earl Nightingale once said, success is a progressive realization of a worthy ideal, not the achievement, not the result, the realization. That means action in alignment with purpose. That means comeback has already begun the moment you start moving again, and move you must. Even if the wound's still, even if your promise is cracked, even if no one believes in you yet, especially then. Because resilience is not a talent. It is a decision. And every time I had to move forward, in the face of fatigue, in the grip of grief, in the shadow of failure, you build it. Resilience is not avoiding the falls, about becoming the person who never stays down. You have more strength than you've ever used, more power than you've ever tapped, more potential than anyone has ever told you. You are not broken. You are being rebuilt. Stronger, wiser, sharper. Every storm you faced was shaping your foundation. Every loss was chiseling your character. Every delay was preparing your destiny. Every setback was life testing your capacity to live without sight. Stand. Not because conditions are perfect, because your soul refused to surrender. You see, the comeback begins not in the headlines, not in the applause, not when the world recognizes your rise. The comeback starts in silence, in obscurity. In unseen hours, when you choose to grind in the dark, you rewrite your story one decision at a time, when you look failure in the eye and say, you will not have the final word. This is the furnace of transformation, the battlefield where we end crumble and strong souls are forged. The world loves a polished story, but every legend you admire lived through chaos first. Nikola Tesla spent his final days broke and mocked by the same society that now celebrates his genius. Charles F. Haanel taught the mind, when directed with focused thought, becomes a magnet for miracles. But he only discovered that after being stripped of wealth and rebuilding from nothing, you are not exempt from the process. No one is, but you are chosen to choose yourself. Gratitude is your secret weapon. Most dismiss love, but gratitude is not weakness. It is strategic. It shifts the freak in your mind. Anxiety with awareness. It allows you to extract meaning from pain and build bridges from your past to your purpose. When you give thanks for the lesson hidden in the loss, you disarm the power of fear. Gratitude unlocks the door to comeback energy. Because when you thank your setbacks, remove their poison. They no longer define you. They refine you. Men who built the future, Carnegie, Edison, Ford, Disney, they didn't face obstacles. They stared them down and turned them into leverage. They didn't run from resistance. They required it. Because they knew the law. That which resists you sharpens you. The greater the pressure, the more precise the cut. Diamonds are made by the way. If you are in the fire now, if the walls have closed in, the silence has stretched long. Good. That is your invitation. That is your call. That is the echo of destiny reaching for you, asking, will you rise? Will you burn your excuses and build from the ashes? This is where adaptability becomes essential. Comebacks are not straight lines. They are zigzagging, looping, grinding trek through uncertainty. If you expect ease, you'll collapse. But if you expect evolution, if you welcome the shift, the pivot, the reinvention, then you will bend, but never break. Reinvention is the art of the comeback. The ability to shed skins, release old versions of yourself, and shape a new identity, not out of fantasy, but out of necessity. Every time you act, you evolve. Every time you evolve, you step closer to the life that was meant for you. The failure didn't happen to end you, it happened to upgrade you. The world loves to count people out. It loves to label, limit, to judge too soon. But let them underestimate you. Let them forget your name. Let them think the story is over. That silence, that dismissal is a perfect camouflage for your transformation. And when you rise, when you emerge from the shadows, forged, focused, unshakable, they won't know what hit them. They want to understand how you came back stronger, faster, more focused, therefore. But you will know. You'll remember the nights you sit alone. You will remember the mornings you got without answers. You'll remember fear you conquered, the tears you turned to fuel, the failure you rewrote into triumph. You'll remember not because it was easy, but because it was yours. This is your comeback. Not borrowed, not imitated, yours. And it starts now. It starts the moment you stop resisting the pain and start reclaiming the power. It starts the moment you stop asking, why me? Start declaring, watch me. It starts the moment you stop waiting to be saved. And realize you were always the one. You are the hero. You are the builder. You are the fire. The world doesn't need a person playing safe. It needs you, fully awakened, fully alive, fully committed to the comeback written in your blood. So stand up, breathe deep, and walk forward. Not with hesitation, but with conviction. Not with fear, but with fire. This is not the end of your story. It's the rebirth. This is a secret formula. Not given, but earned. Now, it's yours. You'll keep in mind the following. Repetition is the sculpture of your destiny. You will not become what you visualize once. You will become what you visualize consistently, daily, obsessively, until your brain starts adjusting behaviors, your standards, environment to match that inner self-image. That's not magic. That's biology. So, learn this lesson again and again and again until it gets installed in your brain and in your subconscious mind until you realize the results you seek.